Ciao a tutti. This is Prof. Joe at Prof. Joe Explains. Another day with this trial. Hopefully we'll get more than one witness in today. At this rate, one witness a day, sometimes two witnesses a day. I'm telling you, I think we're going to be here until, I said Christmas. That was exaggerated. Maybe the 4th of July. But here we are, and waiting for the judge. And hopefully today, when the feed starts, we will see it. I don't know what the issue was yesterday, but I'm hoping that the feed has cured itself since yesterday. Although Amber's feeling better today, and even from her sick bed, she was able to help us yesterday, in large part because we just ran through her internet rather than mine. But in the afternoon, I don't know what she did when we had the problem again. So, but she's here. She's back up today. She's a nearly healthy backup today, but her husband is not feeling well. They were at the emergency or the urgent care last night trying to. Okay, we don't hear him. We still don't hear him.
Off the top of your car.
Ah, success.
Do you ever see where ice goes flying when people don't clean off the top of their car? Do you ever see a windshield get broken as a result of that?
Oh, here he is. He likes to
I
have
can
his
make your
little
days better
chat in
every
the morning
single
with
time.
his jurors.
I just give you my experience. So there you go. So it is a good morning because we're all back here. It would be better if my windshield was good.
Oh, you're safe.
All matters, right? All matters. So I say that just to remind you that all days are good days. And no matter what, we are very appreciative that you're all here and you're all safe. With that being said, we're on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Montgomery County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Pasco, an attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Your Honor, good morning. Andy Murray for Paul Caneiro. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right. That being said, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Judith Link.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Just watch your step as you're coming up.
That's interesting.
Chair there. If you don't mind, could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me?
And then
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated. I have a chair, sorry. If you could state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Judith Link, L-I-N-K.
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
And could you tell us where you work?
I work for the New Jersey State Police in the Office of Forensic Sciences, and that is located in the Central Regional Laboratory in Hamilton, New Jersey.
Okay. And approximately how long have you worked for the Office of Forensic Science?
22 years.
And specifically, what is your current title or role?
My title right now is a Forensic Scientist 3, and I work in the Quality Assurance Unit. And there I am the Health and Safety Officer for 5 laboratories. I conduct audits for all the laboratories. I review manuals and policies and procedures, and I peer review some of the trace evidence units paperwork.
Now, have you always worked in the Quality Assurance Unit at the State Police? Okay. What was your role prior to that assignment?
For 16 years, I was in the trace evidence unit.
And what does the Trace Evidence Unit do within the State Police?
The trace evidence unit analyzes trace evidence, which is very small evidence, typically hairs and fibers, footwear impressions, low explosives, glass, and gunshot residues.
You said that currently you're a forensic scientist 3. Can you explain what that represents and kind of how you got there?
I could start, when I started, I was a forensic scientist 1, and that gave me the responsibilities to analyze evidence. A forensic scientist 2, did I say 2? A forensic scientist 1 is when I started. The 2 gave me the opportunity to train others in the field that I was trained in. And now that I'm a forensic scientist 3, I can supervise others.
Maybe not currently, but at all times as a forensic scientist, both 1 and let's say 2, were you involved in the testing of small items of evidence and trace evidence?
Yes, I was.
Just before I ask you about your educational background, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S424 for identification. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, that is my CV or resume.
And does that document, your educational background?
Yes, it does.
Does it also document your training and experience at the state police and otherwise?
Yes.
Does it document trainings that you've underwent, and presentations potentially that you've done?
Yes.
Now, can you give us the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a BS, Bachelor of Science in Biology from Trenton State College in 1988. And I earned a Master's of Administration from Fairleigh Dickinson University in 2008.
Okay, so going back to your Bachelor of Science in Biology, that was, what year did you complete that at Trenton State?
1988.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time thereafter that you began to work at the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and that was what year?
To the end of 2003.
Okay, did you utilize your BS in biology prior to joining the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did you do and where?
If I may
Sure.
reference, it's been a long time. Let's see where not everything is on here, but I worked for Johnson & Johnson, and
The big
we called it the
pharmaceutical.
Robert Wood Johnson Pharmaceutical Research Institute. That's what it was called back then, from 1993 to 96. And I left there and I went to Georgia and worked at Solvay Pharmaceuticals.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to, you said late 2003, that's when you began at the state police lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your initial assignment there, what was that?
I was assigned to work in the trace evidence unit, and my initial training was in glass analysis and gunshot residue analysis, and then I moved on to low explosive analysis and footwear and tire impression analysis.
Okay, now, I think it's fair to say you're here today to talk about gunshot residue analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us about the training that you received with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Sure. The training took about a year, and I was under direct supervision by my supervisor. When I was comfortable with the work in the laboratory, I had to complete 10 cases on my own, and I had required readings to complete. And after that, I took 2 written tests and passed them both, and I passed 2 laboratory tests. I passed a moot court, and then I was deemed an expert in gunshot residue analysis.
And that was by your office, specifically New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Scientists? Okay. Now, once you had that kind of qualification in-house, did you begin to perform gunshot residue analysis testing and other types of trace evidence testing?
Yes, I did.
And if you could potentially approximate how many cases you've worked on with respect to gunshot residue analysis, could you do that?
About 180 cases.
Now, have you ever during the course of your career gone to additional trainings, both inside the state police and outside the state police Office of Forensic Science?
Yes, I took a week-long course given to me by the FBI, forget what year, and That was it for the training, the FBI training and the state police training.
Now, as part of your work in the State Police Office of Forensic Science, specifically Trace Evidence Unit, did you have to undergo any proficiency tests during the course of your career?
Oh, absolutely. Every year all scientists take a proficiency test in their discipline.
Now, during your time within Trace Evidence Unit, I think you've testified that you did approximately 180 cases involving gunshot residue analysis. Did you ever have an opportunity to have to review the work of others within the unit?
Yes, we call that peer review.
Okay. Now, is any case or every case within the Trace Evidence Unit, is it actually peer reviewed by another qualified scientist?
Every case is peer reviewed and also administrative reviewed, yes.
Now, have you ever been involved, I think I mentioned it, but have you ever been involved in giving or assisting in presentations with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes. I had given 2 presentations on gunshot residue analysis. Every year we have symposiums for police officers and we invite them in. So I gave 2 presentations and then I also was involved in the FBI road school class. We call it the GSR road school. And they came to our facility to teach the ballistics unit, the officers in the state police, a little bit about what the scientists do in the laboratory and how they analyze gunshot residues.
Now, to that point, I think you said that at times you've been involved in instruction of officers in the ballistics unit, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you, during the course of your time as someone who analyzes items for gunshot residue, have you gotten or received information about how the ballistics unit operates?
Yes, we work closely together.
Now, generally speaking, are you familiar with the manner in which gunshot residue can actually get onto an item?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, could you explain your understanding of how that works?
Sure. The little that I know, as the firearm is fired, the trigger is pulled. The primer is struck, the primer cap in the cartridge, and it starts to burn. And that in turn will start the gunpowder inside the cartridge to burn, and that will build up a lot of pressure in there and pushes out the bullet, and out of the muzzle will also come gunshot residues, which include gunpowder, burned gunpowder, unburned gunpowder, some lead from the bullet or copper also comes out of there. And it comes out kind of like a cone shape. So the closer the target is to the weapon, the tighter the pattern is on the target.
So you generally become familiar with materials that would be expelled from a firearm during the course of discharge.
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to testify in Superior Court in the state of New Jersey?
I have.
And during the course of those testimonies, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
About 18 times.
Okay. And has that been in one county or more than one county in the state of New Jersey?
Multiple counties in the state.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Judith Link as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
It took 10 minutes rather than 45.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. we
He's
haven't
going to
done
give
this in
that
a while.
instruction again.
I'm going to give you this charge again just to remind you. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part only. And in light of the finding, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charged crime. So with that being said, I will accept this witness as an expert in gunshot residue analysis.
Thanks,
Prosecutor,
Annalise
go ahead.
Finch and Quilting Girl. I
Ms. Lynn,
appreciate
can you
it.
tell us how evidence is accepted into the offices of forensic scientists at the state police?
Sure. The evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and it is given, the case is given a unique laboratory number, and each piece of evidence is given its own number and barcode. So the barcodes are then placed on all the packaging of the different pieces of evidence, and then the evidence is scanned into our laboratory information management system, fancy way for saying computer system, and then it's stored in the vault, waiting for the scientists to pick it up.
Now, when you talk about the scientists picking up, was there an occasion with respect to this case where you went and obtained evidence from that vault?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Let me just first show you what the mark is S425 for identification. Show me, counsel. I'm just going to show you. It's been marked as S425 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an evidence receipt that is created when the evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and the case is created with its unique laboratory number, and information on this evidence receipt tells me what evidence to pick up when I go to the vault to pick it up.
Does it also help you or guide you in what like analysis to perform?
Yes,
Okay. Now, S425, does that have a date on it?
it has a received date, yes.
Okay, and what was that date?
November 30th, 2018.
Okay, and does it indicate a specific item?
Yes,
And what item is that?
it is item number 27, which is a brown paper bag containing a black hooded jacket.
Okay. Now, based upon your work in this case, was item 27 the item that you actually reviewed and analyzed for purposes of gunshot residue?
Yes, it was.
Now, based upon work that you did in this case, did you ultimately draft a report?
Yes, I wrote a report.
Okay. Now, as part of your work in this case and in drafting that report, did you also keep notes?
I kept notes also, yes.
Is that customary with respect to your analysis?
It sure is, yes.
I'm just going to show you first what's been marked as S426. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my laboratory report I wrote, and I recognize it because my signature is at the bottom and the laboratory number is at the top there.
Now, the laboratory number from S426, does it correspond, or is it the same as the one from S425?
Yes, it is C18-10138.
Okay. And the report marked S426, does it cover your analysis of item number 27, State Police item number 27?
Yes, it does.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as S432. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of my case notes.
Okay. And how many pages are that, if you could tell us? Is that?
They're all here.
Okay.
20 pages.
Okay. And could you just generally tell us what's included in your notes?
Sure. The laboratory case numbers at the top. And as I go through my analysis, I document everything I'm doing. And I also take photographs as I do my analysis, and they are included in here also. And I have some other, during my analysis, I make up transparencies, which is a clear plastic piece of paper that I put on top of some of the analyses that I do, and I document that in that way. And there's copies of that in my notes also.
Now-
Okay. It's now 10 to 9. Maybe we can get to some of the evidence,
As
please.
S299.
Ah, yes. Success,
Now,
maybe.
did you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Well, if I compare the pictures to my notes, I recognize the jacket, and my initials are on the packaging, the brown paper bag that it came in.
Okay, and is there also a yellow sticker on one of the bags within S299?
There is the barcode that
Okay.
goes with item number 27.
And is that a sticker that is a property of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, that is put on the packaging when it comes into the evidence receiving department with a unique laboratory number and the item number 27.
And the unique laboratory number on the yellow sticker from S299, is it the same as those on S432 and S426?
Yes, it is.
As what?
C18-10138,
Okay, and it indicates number 27, correct?
number 27.
We're back to that Keith's jacket on the
Once this
mortarboard.
item, number 27, comes into your possession, can you tell us the first steps that you perform with that item?
Sure. Once I pick it up from the vault, I take it back to my workstation and I spread out a big piece of white butcher paper and I open the package and I do an inventory and make sure what's in the package is what's on my evidence receipt, and I document that, and then I do a visual examination on the item. And in that I look for, well, first I document what's on the brand, what's on the tag, any size, any fiber content. And then I continue on with my visual examination, and I'm looking for any defects, any holes, anything unusual. And then I index holes that I find, which means, number one, I give them all in a letter, beginning with the letter A and so on. And then I index them, meaning I measure from the hole to a seam or to the bottom of the jacket. Just, it's kind of mapping out the holes so I can find them more easily later. And, excuse me, and then I take photographs.
So you talk about the visual examination includes just observations visually of item number 27?
Yes,
And it also includes, like you said, measurements of not the holes, the size of the hole, but where it is in relation to the item of clothing.
I do measure the holes also.
Okay, you do. Now, on page 1 of your notes, do you document that indexing of the holes?
Yes,
Do you have, do they reflect an assignment of, let's say, letter A to this hole and letter B to this hole?
yes, A to H.
A to H, so that's the number of holes we're talking about, correct? And also those measurements, are they depicted on page 1 of your notes?
They are.
Now, I think we'll get into it a little bit more in a minute, but does your visual inspection also include use of an infrared camera?
Yes, I used an infrared camera.
What's the purpose of the infrared camera?
We use the infrared camera on dark clothing because what the IR, the infrared, will do is visually lighten the fabric. So as I look through the camera, the jacket will look white instead of black. And that will help me find any residues that are on there, or any potential residues. And then if I find anything, I will take a picture of those residues.
So we talk about looking at it, measuring it, labeling the holes, taking photography, and also taking infrared photography.
Yes,
That's essentially all part of step 1.
the visual examination.
Now, is there also thereafter, and we'll talk specifically about it, but what's the second step after a visual examination?
The second step is the microscopic examination. I haven't done this in so long, sorry. The microscopic examination, where I will take the item and put it under a microscope, and I concentrate on the hole and the area around the hole, and I'm looking for singeing and burning of fibers, any metals that could come from a bullet. I am looking for gunpowder that could be partially burned or whole gunpowder pieces.
Okay. Now, the last step is what? The third step in the process?
That's the chemical examination.
Okay. So generally, you just described the 3 steps of your determination with respect to whether or not any gunshot residue exists on any item, but in this case specifically number 27?
Yes,
Now, you talked about taking photographs, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to your notes that are in front of you, if I could. If I could just go ahead, sorry. That'd be S432, correct? I'm going to direct you to page 4 of your notes. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
Page 4 is a picture of the front of the entire jacket.
Okay. And is there another overall photograph?
On page 5 is the same photo, but I added documentation of where the holes are.
Okay. Page 6 is what?
And that is the overall back of the jacket.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 7 is the overall back of the jacket with some of my notations about where holes are.
Okay. And page 7?
Page 8.
Sorry, page 8. Apologize.
Let's see, page 8 is the back of the hood, which is a close-up of hole A and hole B.
Okay. And are there additional photographs moving forward?
Yes.
And just before we get into the details, did the photographs that are depicted within S432, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And do they adequately and accurately reflect the photographs that you took of that item as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and the pictures that are in S432, they are of S299 here, correct?
Item number 27.
Yes,
Yes.
item number 27,
Mhm.
sorry, yeah. This is what I'm just going to publish. For purposes of explanation, some of the photos. I'm going to go to our notes. I'm going to go to page 4 of the witness's notes. All right, no objection. Okay. Just so we understand, I'm going to run you through a few of the pictures you took. Could you just explain what we're looking at here?
This is the overall front of the jacket, item number 27.
Okay. And page 5? What do we see here?
This is the same photograph, but I have added notations about where a few of the holes are and left shoulder seam. And these are the things that I would use for my indexing.
Okay. And slide, or page 5 of the notes? 6, sorry.
And this is the overall back of the jacket.
Notes page 7?
And this is the same photograph with some of my notations about where some of the holes are.
Okay.
A lot of
And
holes,
page
aren't
8.
there? Wow.
And this is a close-up of the back of the hood with showing hole A and B. Sorry, the scans are not great.
Okay.
The pictures honestly look much better.
And page 9? What do we see here?
And this is the right side of the hood showing a close-up of hole C.
Okay. And did you document observations you made of hole C in your notes, specifically on page 1?
Yes, and during the visual examination.
And we'll get into it a little bit more later, but was there something specific about the nature of that hole that you documented during the visual observation?
Hole C is a classic textbook stellate tear, or what we call a cruciform tear.
Well, I'll have you explain that in a bit. Can I have page 10? What do we see here?
This is the top of the hood showing hole D.
And notes page 11.
And this is the front of the hood showing hole E.
And notes page 12.
The front of the hood, a close-up of hole F.
Now, in that picture, there's some red. During the course of your visual observation, or at least note-taking regarding your visual observations, did you take note of any potential staining on the jacket or observations of same?
That's 6 bullet
My
holes.
notes, yes, I wrote my notes, possible blood throughout the front, back, and hood.
Now, just to be clear, though, your job here was not to test that to determine whether or not that actually was blood, correct?
No.
It was just an observation visually that you made. Okay. Can I have page 13? What do we see there?
And this is the front of the jacket showing hole H and G.
All right. Now, you talked about earlier how at some point you utilized an infrared camera, correct?
Correct.
Can I have slide, page 14 of the notes? Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. It's not the greatest scan of my photograph, but this is a standard. It is something that we created. Actually, the ballistics unit created it for me. It's a piece of black fabric, and they shot it pretty close up, so there's a lot of residues on it. And I use it to test the camera, my IR camera. Before I use it, I look at this standard, we call it gunshot residue standard, using the IR camera to ensure that the camera is in fact working, and I see that the dark fabric has lightened and the gunshot residues are dark and visible.
Okay. So just to be clear, what's depicted in your notes, page 14, that is not evidence from this case, correct?
Correct, that is not evidence.
That, as you said, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's a standard utilized just to make sure the camera's working properly.
That is correct.
Okay. And was it?
And it was, yes.
Can I have the next page, page 15 of the notes? What do we see here?
This is a scan of the photograph I took using the IR camera. And it's hole D. And I took this photograph because I saw possible bullet white, which was enhanced. And you could see that as a ring around the hole. You don't see the whole ring, but if you see the bottom of the ring, there's a black ring around the hole, which could be bullet white, which means a passage of a bullet, and the bullet, whatever was on it, wiped off and just left that ring.
Okay, so when you took this photo because of something that you saw visually, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how many observations, if you recall, or how many photos did you take with the IR camera as a result of your observations?
I believe there were 2.
Okay. Can I have notes page 16? And what do we see here?
And this is a photograph taken with the IR camera, and it shows hole G and H, but at H, I see a possible bullet white there also.
Based upon this and this alone, do you make any determinations with respect to those holes that you just discussed?
This is just the beginning. I just use this just to help me find any residues. But I would not conclude anything with this.
Okay. Now, visually though, with the holes, you obviously labeled A through H of holes that were in item number 27 from the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, just by seeing those holes and based upon your training and experience, did you draw any conclusions just like with respect to the nature of the holes?
With my experience, I could say that these were caused by the passage of a bullet.
Now, as far as like entrance versus exit, do you draw any conclusions like that?
No.
Okay. Now, once you've taken the photographs, you've taken the IR photographs, is there a point in time when you move on to a microscopic examination of the actual holes?
Yes, that would be my next step.
Now, despite anything you might have seen visually in A through H, do you do that with each of those holes?
Yes, each hole will get a microscopic examination.
And that would be regardless of what you saw or you didn't see visually?
That is correct. Mhm.
And also with regard to what you saw or didn't see on an infrared camera?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just explain for us, and I know you did it a little bit briefly, but just how you go about utilizing the microscope to analyze the holes?
Sure. I put the item underneath the microscope, and I focus on each hole one at a time and the area right around the hole. And the microscopic examination, I'm looking for any ripping and tearing. I look closely at the fibers at the hole. I'm looking for melted fibers from the heat of the bullet going through. Sometimes it melts the fibers. And I'm also looking for any metals that come out of the weapon or come off of the bullet. Sometimes a bullet will break and leave shards of metal. And I'm looking for bullet white, which is a ring around the hole, as you can probably see here. And sometimes it's visible, sometimes it's not. May I refer to my notes to see if I'm missing anything? Oh, and gunpowder, of course. So I'm looking for particles of gunpowder. They don't always completely burn. So if the target is close enough to the weapon, it will land on the fabric. So I'm looking for gunpowder particles also.
Okay. Now, regarding the microscopic examination that you did with holes A through H, now, did you draw any, or did you observe anything significant with respect to any of those holes?
Referring to my notes, holes A, B, D through H, I did not find the things that I was looking for: singeing, burning, ripping, tearing. There's no bullet white that I saw under the microscope, and I did not see any gunpowder. Hole C, I noted that it was a cruciform tear And I did not see any singeing and burning, no bullet, no gunpowder was observed.
Now, did that mean to you at that point in time that A, B, and then D through H were not holes caused by bullets or something else?
No, the microscopic examination does not indicate that it was not caused by a bullet.
Now, the one letter you left out was hole C, correct?
What did that mean?
Well, A, B, D through H, and then I mentioned C was the cruciform tear.
Okay. Now, so with respect to hole C, I think what you just said is that there is something of significance to you based upon what you've done thus far, correct?
Yes,
A
absolutely.
double negative is
Now,
not good.
that being said, the holes where you didn't see anything significant, did you just stop your analysis at that time?
No, there was more.
Now, the next step would be, as you said earlier, the chemical analysis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you do that with respect to A through H, every hole?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a first step in that process or a first test in that process?
Yes, there are 3 tests.
Okay.
And the first test is called the Grice test or the grease test. And for that test, I'm looking for nitrites, like chemical nitrites that come out of the weapon. And you want me to explain how I do that test?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I take the item and I lay it down and I spray it with acetic acid. And then I take a piece of paper, which has been specially treated with a special chemical, and I iron that on top of it. And when I peel it back, if there was any nitrites on that item, I would see an orange coloring, orange speckling, or an orange cloud.
So
And that would indicate nitrates
those of you in the
were on
chat,
that jacket from a weapon. And I did that for all the holes.
what do you think she meant about?
Now, with respect to that grease test, you said you did with all the holes. Did you note any of the holes that presented with that orange color that you were looking for?
Reading from my notes, hole A and B were negative. Hole C was positive for nitrites. D through G were negative, and hole H was positive for nitrites.
So you have positive for nitrates for hole C and hole H, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and again, we still have your notes, page 16 up on the screen in front of you, correct?
page 16, yes.
Okay, and does that depict hole H in that infrared photo?
Yes,
Now, given the positives for C and H on the grease test, did you continue with the second test still for all the items, all the holes?
yes, I did.
Okay, what is that second chemical test that you utilize?
The second test is called the dithioxamide test. We call it DTO for short. And that is testing for copper. So typically, with a copper jacketed bullet, we would see copper on the clothing. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay, and how do you go about performing that DTO test?
So the DTO test, I take a piece of white paper again, we call it the white filter paper, and we spray it with ammonium hydroxide. And then that gets ironed onto the item of clothing. And then when it's peeled off, it's sprayed with HCl,
Thank you,
hydrochloric
Dee
acid.
Moriak.
and then a
Welcome.
solution of DTO. And what I'm looking for is any green color. So the green color would indicate copper was on the jacket. And
First orange,
hole A
then
through H,
green.
it was negative, so I did not find any copper.
Okay, so none of the holes exhibited that green color or the presence of copper.
Correct.
Now, with respect to the third step in the chemical analysis, can you describe what that is?
That's called the sodium rhodizonate test. And that test is testing for lead. And to do that, I also take white filter paper. I spray it with acetic acid and I iron it onto the clothing. And when I peel it off, I spray it with a solution of sodium rhodizonate solution that I created. I spray that on. I'm looking for a purple color this time. And my results showed that hole A and B were negative, hole D through H were negative, hole D through G was negative. The only positive holes I got were hole C and hole H.
Now, with respect to the positive tests, you talked about the transparency, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just going back for a moment, I just want to show you page 17 of your notes.
I've been writing all this down.
This
I'm gonna
was
just
with
wait for her
respect
opinion
to
conclusion.
Which of the three chemical tests?
This is a result of the Grice test for nitrites.
That's looking for the color orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you explain what this notes page 17 actually reflects, how this was created?
Sure. After I do the test, I am left with that chemically processed paper, and it has some orange on it. So you could see hole C where I wrote, it looks like an upside down cross. That's the cruciform tear. And the little cloud-like shapes are the nitrite residues, which showed up as little orange clouds on that piece of paper. And then I just made some notes about where the hood seam was and the flap, just to identify exactly where the hole was. And again, it's on a clear piece of paper. And I made this is just a photocopy of it. So when I was at the photo machine, I put the scale in there and scanned it.
Okay, so that notes page 17 would be reflecting the positive test for the presence of nitrate residues?
Nitrites.
Nitrates, okay. Now, with respect to notes page 18, is that also from hole C?
This is also from hole C, but it's the results of the lead test, the sodium rhodizonate test.
Okay, and does that reflect the presence of lead in the area of hole C?
Yes.
Hole C looks pretty
We have the
promising,
presence of
doesn't it?
nitrites and lead for hole C, correct?
Correct.
Now,
So the comments you made before about the test was not?
your visual observations, as well as the microscopic, as well as the chemical tests that were performed, did you draw any conclusions?
Oh, good. This is what I want.
Regarding hole C?
Yes.
And what were the conclusions you drew about hole C?
May I read it from the report?
Yes.
I'll paraphrase, and it says, hole C exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
Okay, now contact or close contact, does that have a meaning in the trace evidence gunshot residue world?
Yes. Typically, the distance determination is conducted by the ballistics unit in conjunction with my notes and the residues that I found. But a contact or near contact shot is typically, it's easy to determine, and the scientists are allowed to determine. That's the only distance that they're allowed to determine.
Okay. So if a pattern or presence of gunshot residues did not exhibit that type of pattern, and it exhibited something like more of a distance, could you do a distance determination in order to draw conclusions on other items? Potentially.
let me see if I'm answering your question properly. If there are enough nitrite residues on that I find, and it forms a pattern, then the ballistics unit will take that information and do some test shots with the weapon and the ammunition in question and compare the two. And they determine the distance, if it's any further away than a contact shot.
Okay, so you talked about hole H as well previously, correct?
Correct?
And you did have positive results on 2 of the chemical tests for hole H, correct?
Yes.
Was there some discussion of potentially doing a distance determination regarding that hole?
Yes, there was.
And ultimately, was it decided that the state police would be unable to conduct that distance determination?
Yes, there were residues on it, but not enough for the ballistics unit to determine a distance.
Okay. Now, with regard to hole C that we just discussed, was there a need for a distance determination to be done based upon your observations and your conclusions?
We did not need the ballistics unit to make that determination because we were able to make that determination ourselves.
Was that based upon the chemical testing?
It was based upon the cruciform tearing.
Okay. And did the chemical testing, did that do anything to corroborate or confirm your observations regarding that cruciform tear?
I did not need to do a chemical examination to determine that distance. I did anyway. That's just how I am. I just do everything.
Okay. So what you're saying is that based upon your visual examination of hole C, you could have drawn that conclusion?
Yes, I could have stopped there at the
Oh, wait.
visual,
But you didn't, correct?
but I didn't.
And then you did all the testing, both visually, microscopically, and chemically?
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, your conclusion with respect to hole C was that, can you say that again?
It exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
When we talk about the garment, we're talking about New Jersey State Police item number 27, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the testimony you've
And this is
given
the hood.
regarding your analysis, your observations and the like, do you give that testimony based upon your training and experience in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
So
Ron, I have no further questions.
Paul had to be very close with that shot to Keith's head.
Morning.
Terrible.
So it's the tearing itself that allows you to make the determination that it's a near contact or near contact shot? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it matter what the garment is made of?
It does matter. I've seen multiple near contact shots, and depending on the fabric content, it may rip differently. Yes.
Okay. What's caught, like, the garment's tearing because a metal object is going through it at a very high rate of speed.
Now, there's an insight.
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, the bullet is spinning as it's traveling through
Yes.
the air. Is that, like, why is it that close up, you're saying you can observe tearing that's unique to the gun being fired from that distance versus, let's say, 10 inches away?
Yes.
Why would that be the case?
Contact or near contact shots are when the muzzle is so very close or touching the fabric, and it's the explosion and the force of it's such an explosive force that causes the ripping because it's so close.
Now, obviously, as the weapon gets closer, there's going to be a higher concentration, we would imagine, of these nitrites and residues on the garment.
Yes.
And there's a method for, it sounds like there's a method for confirming the presence on the garment. Is there a method for quantifying their presence?
We don't do that. There's so many moving parts per se. Sometimes we don't find residues. And that is because there could be an intervening object, or the wind pushes the residues away, movement of the gun, the type of ammunition. There's so many different things. With the contact shot, because it's so close to the target, that typically we don't find residues because it's all blown right through. But if there's movement to the fabric, or the fabric softer, or it's just right off the garment, we sometimes see the residues like we did in this case.
Okay. So sometimes there's tearing that makes it appear to you that what you're looking at was a contact or near contact shot.
Correct.
Sometimes there's these residues, nitrites, present on what you believe is a contact shot. Yes. Sometimes there aren't.
Correct.
He's going to say no science to this.
It's not the existence of the residues then that necessarily confirm the contact shot.
Not necessarily.
It's actually what you're interpreting in terms of a pattern of ripping of the material.
Typically, yes. Mhm.
Now, I think you mentioned that various things can impact the amount of residues that are left on a garment, but in terms of the actual firing of the gun, is the length of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the diameter of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the caliber of the weapon relevant?
Yes, it is.
There was also there was talk it sounds like that there was going to be a potential endeavor to conduct a distance determination on, I believe it was hole H of the garment, right?
Yes.
And the item was resubmitted to the laboratory for that purpose.
Correct.
Along with the item, the jacket, there were 2 Sig Sauer pistols submitted.
Is that a question? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, were there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I can't recall.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to approach with D-123.
123?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Remember, D means it's a defensive.
Just showing you this.
Mhm.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you know what it is.
Yes.
What
Yeah.
is it?
This is an evidence receipt with the same laboratory number on it, C1810138, with item number 27.
Okay. Could you just referring to this page though, could you just look at this synopsis section for me?
Sure.
Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna take that back. So, in this evidence received, for the resubmission of the jacket, we see it mentions several other pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
That are to be considered along with the submission of the jacket. Is that right?
That's right.
And that included not one, but 2 6-hour pistols. Is that right?
Okay, that's what that says, yes.
And also a .38 caliber silencer. Right?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. Question is, do you know why, or maybe you requested this, maybe you didn't, but do you know why there were 2 6-hour pistols requested? You don't know?
No, I'm not involved in that portion of the examination.
Okay. Is it your understanding that two weapons manufactured by the same manufacturer, same make, model, firing the same caliber, would produce similar patterns of residue?
I would have no idea. The testing of the weapons by the, the ballistics department would handle that in conjunction with the scientists. But I had no I have no understanding of those weapons.
Okay.
They're always asking the expert questions that are outside their area of expertise and outside of their job description.
And so if we can't make a distance determination regarding any of the other, the holes you mentioned, A, B, or D through H, that we don't really know, we can't really make any statements about how far away the weapon was when it caused those perforations in the jacket.
No, cannot.
And so that could be a foot away, or it could be 20 feet away.
So her double negative didn't mean that those other holes were not bullet holes. I'm now inferring from that question and answer.
See if there's a little arrow down here.
I see the arrow.
We should have said what he picked up and where the arrow
Everything you
was for the
examined
record.
on this jacket was in the hood or upper shoulder portion. Is that correct?
Let me refer to my notes. I'll look at the. Yes, that is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Are there, in your field, just so I understand, are there laboratories that would try to quantify the amount of residues on a garment for purposes like distance determination, or purposes like, determining the orientation of the shooter, things like that?
I would believe so. I know there's studies now on quantifying, but I don't have the knowledge of the labs that do that.
Okay. So it's not the state police?
We don't do that.
What does it matter? I'd like
The
to
state
know.
police also has, I think, in your CV, you mentioned that you began as a glass examiner,
Yes,
but you were also trained in footwear and tire impressions.
that's correct.
Okay. And so footwear would be determining if maybe a print matched a particular shoe.
Yes,
And
You
then
didn't do
tire
any of those
impressions would
tests.
be if the scene is found and there's different kinds of tire impressions, maybe you could look at photos of those to determine what vehicle might have made them.
yes.
Is that something that the lab still engages in, the state police?
We still do that, yes.
Okay, thanks. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
When we talk about footwear impression and we talk about tire impressions, is it fair to say you need a pattern, an identifiable pattern in order to compare one tire to a tire track or one shoe to another shoe?
Yes.
Can I just have slide notes page 9? If I could, just briefly.
Boy, the prosecutor was waiting for this. It was like meat waved in front of I don't know what animal. He jumped up and was ready to go.
You recognize that, right? You talked about that earlier?
Correct.
Now, that, the area of white in that photograph, is that the area where you discussed the cruciform tearing?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you describe that whole C as exhibiting signs of cruciform tearing that you called a textbook example?
Yes, in my testimony, in my notes, I called it a stellate tear. So it could be called a stellate tear, meaning a star, or cruciform, meaning a cross or an X.
And you said that, as depicted in notes page 9, would be a textbook example of cruciform or stellate tear.
Yes, it is.
That would be indicative of contact or close contact between a muzzle of a firearm and the object, number 27, correct?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
So did is he
Step
coming
down.
in?
Thank you.
So did everybody
Ladies and
hear
gentlemen,
what
we're
I
gonna give you
heard?
a quick break right now before we start our next witness. Give you a chance to stretch from doing this for an hour, and then we'll come right back out. All right.
8 bullets to the hood part. One for sure was contact, which meant the gun or the muzzle of the gun had to be very close, if not actually touching. And did everybody infer what I inferred from that question and answer by the defense lawyer with this witness, that the other holes were bullet holes, and that the fact that the testing didn't provide residue or other indicia, whether the chemical test or the other test she did, the green, orange, purple tests, didn't mean that they weren't bullet holes.
Advise the court that during his testimony, there may be the need for the charge with respect to the recorded jail calls.
Now, I made a double
Thank you
negative
for letting me
also.
know.
And the redaction charges.
Redaction charge.
We'll get those. We'll make sure that we have.
We were also gonna ask if we could approach and converse something briefly.
But I think my double negative was a little more clear. Why is he raising his hand? Is he in school? Oh, I guess they're going sidebar and he can't hear. And he keeps saying no. No. Okay. Well, the picture of this, 8 bullet holes to the hood area, 1 close. I mean, it just gives you, and then the holes in the rest of the coat just demonstrates how many shots were fired. And then it sounds as though he walked up to, or whoever did it, walked up to Keith's body. He must have been, one would think, on the ground by then, because if he's standing up, would he stay still while somebody came close with a gun? And then shot him at close range. This is just, and you're doing that to assuming that the state's case is proved, he's doing that to his brother, his older brother, with whom he had a really close relationship. They were in two businesses together. He was the contingent beneficiary on a life insurance policy. His brother trusted him to be trustee of the trust for his brother's wife and children. And this guy did these things. It's horrible. And I don't know that I have anything else to say about it. It's just horrible. Are there any questions? I don't see any here. Nope, you're chatting about things, about this case and other things, but oh, there's a question on the screen. Okay. Will we streaming Corey Rich's trial beginning on February 23rd? I hope so, yes. Together with Surviving the Survivor, which means depending on which channel you go through, the metrics add to that channel. But we will be doing it together. Okay, Shelley Brennan. Appreciate comments and clarification, especially for those who can only be here occasionally. Well, you're getting comments. I don't know how much clarification you're getting from me today, because a couple of times the question and answer was just not clear to me. And some of what I'm sort of clarifying or commenting, I think anybody who's watching would get to the same place. I don't think that anything I have said today so far you needed me to say it. I mean, sometimes we get into things where, what I know about how trials work and how the law works, I can give value added. But I think today so far, each one of us could have gotten to the same place and made the same conclusions. Wasn't Paul older than Keith? I thought Keith was the older one. Could somebody in the chat confirm? But I thought it was Keith, Paul, Corey, the youngest. But that said, I don't know why I think that. And certainly Keith's children were younger, which doesn't necessarily mean that Keith was younger. Does anybody know? Well, this get up and stretch is taking longer than we anticipated. I don't remember other trials where the judge has people get up and stretch for 10 minutes. So I'm a little surprised. I just checked whether there's residues is the plural of residue. I have never heard it that way. Not that I've heard residue regularly in my life, but apparently it is, at least for scientists, that they use the plural. It's interesting because residue, I would have thought it was an entity, that if you looked at 5 or 6 little pieces of dust, the residue would be the entirety of the 6. But evidently, I am wrong in that each one is a residue. And then when you talk about them collectively, they're residues. I'm going to have to get used to it. It just sounds wrong to me. But I will say one thing about what's going on. I don't understand. I mean, I think the defense this time felt they had to ask this expert something. But what difference does it make whether one shot was within close range or all 8 of them were within close range? Keith is dead and a lot of shots were fired. And none of that necessarily points to Paul as compared to any other shooter. The only way it would point to Paul is if the shot, but I don't know how that would be. The shot to the head that was close was one of the early ones, and then the defense is trying to confront the notion that it was someone Keith knew well, because otherwise, why would Keith let him get that close? But the reason why that way, unless somebody help me, doesn't seem right to me, that the shot that was close was the early shot, is what then was Paul doing? Backing away or whoever did it, backing away and shooting more? That seems to me to be nonsense. That the more distant shots would be the earlier ones, and then you would move in. But if you're already in, which is the best place to make sure you hit what you're shooting at, you wouldn't back up to shoot. You'd stay there and shoot some more. Does anybody see so Paul is older. What do you know about that? Thank you, Amber. I always thought about it the other way. Wow. Which, if you're thinking about jealousy of siblings, I suppose that would be even another element of jealousy, that it's your younger brother who's doing so much better, and it's your younger brother who's giving you orders. Wow. So somebody help me. Does somebody else have a different view of the way the shots would have to be fired? Is Corey Caneiro testifying? I do not know D.D. Moriak. I have not seen a witness list. Has anyone seen a witness list in this case? I think I should probably have tried to get it, but question, what is my opinion of how this case is going? Slowly. That's my number one opinion of this case, Jerry Michael. I know that's not what you were looking for, but that is my number one opinion. Slowly. Now, to get to your question, I think the state is methodically and thoroughly putting the evidence in. We have still not heard the really damaging evidence. In other words, we still have not tied up the bullets to the guns that were found. And I think from early stories about this case, they're going to be able to do that. We still have not tied up the blood that was found. I believe this is true. The blood that was found on the jeans in Paul's basement. We still have not heard that the blood matches. I think it was the little girl, and I heard that somewhere. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but if that's true, some of the most damning evidence is yet to come. It's going to be the evidence that ties Paul to all of this. So let me see if this is a question that Amber didn't put up. Nope. Oh, we're coming back. So, we're going very slowly, and he lets them take all these breaks, and I don't know another judge that's been doing this. Yeah, Christine, that's what I think too. That's what I just said. Yeah. It makes the resentment even more clear. Why are we leaving? Why did that whole group walk out? What do they know that we don't know? I thought we were starting. Appears not. Here's the judge. I see his head. He's leaving. That's the wrong direction. We want you coming this way. Oh, my Lord. I don't believe how slowly this thing is going. Do you think the right PD cares about improving at her job? If so, she should pay you money for help. She doesn't need me. All she needs to do is to watch her performance and self-critique. That's the best way to do it. The best way to see what you can do better and what you're doing in a way that is not effective or not persuasive is to watch yourself. Hearing somebody describe it is not as good as watching yourself. But thank you for the vote of confidence that I could help her. Okay. So Blue River is calling Paul the oldest loser. Somebody's going to tell me. Julian Zezer said they ran out because Paul set another fire. Well, most of them are still there, so I don't think that's the answer. It was just that first row who maybe, who they were either part of the team helping either the prosecutor or the defense, or they were journalists. I don't know that they were just spectators. They were sitting too close to the front, I think. But in any event, they walked out. It would have been nice if they held up a sign that said leaving because and gave us the reason. You know, Kidnap, which is a book by Robert Louis Stevenson, there's a famous murder that actually happened in Scotland, and it went, the murderer went unknown for many, 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 many years. And it was apparently one of the houses in Scotland knew who did it, and they passed it on as a secret from generation to generation. I think finally in the last few years, they announced who actually committed the murder, very famous murder. But I felt and have felt that, you know, if you might as well let everybody know. You don't keep a secret forever. It's just rude to the rest of us. So, and let me think of it. Oh, they mentioned Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals earlier. New Jersey has a number of pharmaceutical companies. Johnson & Johnson has a huge complex in New Brunswick, many, many buildings. And one of the sons, maybe grandsons of Johnson & Johnson is a famous sculptor, and he does big life-size pieces that look like people. And there is an outdoor, I guess I'd call it a museum. It's called, I think it's called Gardens for Sculpture. And you can go in. It's a lot of these his sculptures are whimsical. You can see people eating lunch together. There's a little canoe there's a little water in this outdoor museum, and you can see two people on the canoe, and a lot of them look like people. It's very, in some ways, disconcerting, but it's a really fun museum. They also have some modern art that is just really, you know, modern art, you know, big pieces of metal and things. They have peacocks walking along. There's a pretty good restaurant on the site, but it's different because there's so many of these large sculptures, and they really are whimsical. There's one, and I think it's Paul Cézanne, and he's sitting painting, and then on you can see on the palette that he's using what he's painting, and then in front of Cézanne is the life scene that he's painting. It's really one of the more engaging ones, but there are a lot of engaging ones. So if you're ever in that area of New Jersey, I don't remember what town it's in, it's a museum, outdoor museum that is fun. And I think for children, it is a fun museum because they can see, you know, it's not like watching a painting on the wall or looking at a painting on a wall for small children is usually not very interesting. This is Melissa Navon. Do you think Paul killed the kids because they knew it was Paul, life insurance? My opinion, I think he did it because of the life insurance. I think he went to that house intending to kill everyone in the house. And it was the life insurance that did it, because he needed the money. Although I suppose you could say there's an alternative theory that he just had it with Keith, and Keith was pushing him and he didn't have the money to pay. So he went there just to kill Keith. And then what? Jennifer, the wife, heard something and came to the door. So he chased her inside, and then the kids saw him. He had to kill the kids also. That's possible. Maybe it explains why he didn't have enough bullets in the gun to shoot them, why he had to grab a knife. But the knifing and I don't know. I think that's a possible alternative theory. Okay, have reporters tried to force courts to let them listen on the sidebars? No, and they're not entitled to. The sidebars are decisions by the judge that there is information that needs to be discussed that should not be discussed in public, because the evidence may not come in and it could be prejudicial to the defense. Now, you can get a judge who does it too much. In that Aaron Spencer case, that's the father who killed his daughter's molester, and he's been charged in Arkansas with second-degree murder. The judge tried putting gag orders on everybody, and the Arkansas Supreme Court reversed. And then she was going to essentially closed the courtroom. And the Arkansas Supreme Court, in the case in which they reversed, had lines in the opinion that said, we understand she's thinking about, I'm really paraphrasing, she's thinking about closing the courtroom. She should be very careful about doing this because they're First Amendment interests. That should have told the trial judge, don't do it. But she merrily went ahead and closed the courtroom. I think she was going to allow 65 people in, and that included family members and the media. She was not going to let that what was in the courtroom be streamed to another room, an overflow room. And it was appealed again, and the Arkansas Supreme Court reversed her again. And then they also removed her from the case, and a retired judge in Arkansas has been assigned to do the trial. So you can overdo it in a way that an appeal can be successful, but these sidebars happen so quickly that, you'd have to have a group of them and then go up, and all I'd probably be able to do would be to stop the judge from doing it so regularly thereafter. So you think they're all in judges' chambers having another discussion? This is really ridiculous. Okay. Bentholo, before the break, the prosecution asked about a ruling on jailhouse calls and redactions. Then they went sidebar. I don't remember hearing about his jailhouse calls, neither do I. But if that was the case, did the judge come out and grab a piece of paper and go back in? I could only see his head, so I don't know what he might be doing. But they could have stayed a little later yesterday and gotten all this resolved. If I were, I didn't do a lot of prosecutions because I did it on a sabbatical from teaching. So it was only about a year and 3 or 4 months. And then when I would work in the prosecutor's office in the summer, I think I did another 1 or 2 trials, but hardly a huge number of trials. But I did trials in front of essentially 3 judges, one primarily and 2 others. The one primarily just ran his court. We went 9 to 5, no breaks, and I loved it. One of them was a little looser about it, and one of them was just so casual, and it was taking forever. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. It gives you a lot of time to prepare, I suppose, but I just hated it. So now we're sitting in the courtroom. We saw the judge come back out. I meant yesterday, and I said the other day, I was going to time when he takes a break and when we come back. And I don't know when they took this break, but I'm guessing it was about 9:30, and it's now nearly 10. And they're supposed to take a break at 10:30. If he gives them a 10:30 break after this, I'm going to be more unhappy than I am right now. Okay. You're hearing more rants from me. I apologize. But as I sit here waiting for this to go on, if they're going to do all this again, we could get up at 11 in the morning Eastern time rather than get up and all we do is wait. Jury's coming back in, I said. So Taterbug thinks she heard something about jail calls. I did not, so. Okay. Some people have been saying hi as they join the chat. Hi to everybody who does that.
Next time, I got you. Prosecutor, you want to call next witness, please?
Judges Staples, Lieutenant Petrozello.
That group is coming
Sir,
back,
if you
I
could just put
think.
your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Patrick Petruzzello, Petruzziello.
All right, prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office,
In what capacity?
currently a lieutenant of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, and how long have you been with the prosecutor's office?
Prosecutor's Office since 2014.
Can you take us through your history with the prosecutor's office in terms of different units and assignments you've had?
Oh,
So I was hired in December of 2014. I was assigned to the Major Crimes Bureau in Freehold. About a year and a half later, I was assigned to the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Major Crimes Bureau, where I remained until 2022, when I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the Asbury Park Satellite Office as a sergeant. I was then transferred for about 10 months to the Special Victims Bureau, and then promoted in 2025 to lieutenant of major crimes.
Now, what, if any, prior law enforcement experience have you had prior to the prosecutor's office?
Prior to the prosecutor's office, I started my career as a Class 2 officer in Point Pleasant Beach in 1996. I remained in that capacity until 2000, when I was hired as a patrolman. From there, in 2003, I was reassigned to the Detective Bureau in Point Pleasant Beach, where I remained until 2014, coming to the prosecutor's office.
Back on November 20th of 2018, what unit were you assigned to?
The Major Crimes Bureau, Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Now, on that particular date, November 20th of 2018, at about 12:45 p.m., what, if any, direction did you receive?
I was directed to respond to the 15 Willowbrook address.
And can you tell us about any observations that you made when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was numerous fire personnel on scene. It was an active fire scene. There was also officers or detectives from the Major Crimes Bureau and also the prosecutor's office responding. They were there. Additionally, Colts Neck Police Department was present as well.
What time did you arrive on scene?
About 1 hour late, 13:45 or 1:45.
Okay, now when you arrived on scene, were you essentially assigned as something?
I was assigned, upon arrival, I was assigned by my then Sergeant Ed Henley as the lead detective for this investigation.
Okay, and what does it mean to be the lead detective in terms of from the Major Crimes Unit?
So the lead detective is essentially responsible for working alongside of the local detectives, as well as conducting more of the primary interviews. They also maintain communication with the victim's family, maintain the case file, coordinate efforts, resources, and then ultimately work alongside prosecutors for court judicial hearings.
Now, when you arrived on scene and Detective, I believe you said Zarillo was there, did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
Okay, and did he brief you on what had transpired prior to your arrival?
He did.
Did you learn of any victims on scene?
I did. I learned upon my arrival, Keith Caneiro was still off to the northwest of the driveway, still on scene. And then Sophia, the body of Sophia, was moved at that point to the driveway.
Was anyone else located inside of the home?
I was aware that there was 2 additional bodies, Jesse and Jennifer, inside the residence.
How long were you on scene for that day?
I remained on scene till I believe it was approximately 7 p.m.
And what kinds of things were you doing on scene during that time?
At that point, obviously, the fire suppression activity was still ongoing. The Forensics Bureau for the Major Crimes Bureau for the prosecutor's office was still actively starting to process the scene, collect evidence. At that point, I made observations of what was going on, continue with ultimately the bodies being removed, medical examiner's arrival.
Now, is it fair to say there were numerous other law enforcement officers on scene?
Absolutely. Yes.
And were they doing different things?
Yes, during this time, different detectives were beginning to get assigned to do different things such as collect video, surveillance, canvassing, that kind of thing.
Now, did you and Detective Zerillo essentially work this investigation cooperatively? In other words, together?
Yes, we did.
And did that occur for the next several weeks?
I think even further, yes.
Were there some things that you and he did together?
Yes,
And then were there other things that you did by yourself without necessarily Detective Zerillo present?
yes.
We've already heard from Detective Zerillo, so I want to talk about the things that you did when Detective Zerillo wasn't necessarily with you, okay? Did you have an opportunity to review any Wise brand cameras during the course of your investigation of this case?
I did.
Specifically, did you have the opportunity to review Wise camera footage from the garage north wall shelf?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how many times did you review that footage?
At this point, I've watched it many times. Paused, sped up, rewound. I've watched it many times.
Okay, and the particular time frame or timestamps of the footage that you watched, do you recall what that was?
I watched from 2:35 a.m. until 2:51 a.m.
I'm showing counsel S391. Oh, I'm sorry. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S391. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the disc of the Wise Cams garage north shelf.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would seek permission to publish.
Ms. Messelin?
No objections.
Okay, go ahead.
If you could just make sure the court's volume is all the way up. Thank you. Now, Detective, due to the length of this, I'm going to play it in full, but we may have to pause it a few times to ask you questions, or I may ask you questions while we're playing it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before I hit play, can you just tell us what timestamp is up here?
02:34:58 or 2:34 in the morning.
Okay, and just generally, what is this that we're looking at?
This is a view of the from the camera on the garage north wall shelf, pointing at the garage door that was to the on the west side of the residence.
Now, what we're gonna watch at 2:34:58, is that about a 16 or so minute clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this portion of the video, is this what you had indicated you watched previously multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine whether the timestamp on here was accurate?
I did.
How did you do that?
It was compared to known phone calls. There's other cameras that all went offline at the same time, approximately 2:51. Again, compared to known phone calls.
Okay. I'm gonna ask if we can now play the video. Can we pause it? I'm gonna pause it it's about 2:35:47. Lieutenant, can you tell us what just happened?
A light illuminated above the garage door.
Now, because I don't wanna pause this more than we need to, can you tell us, does that light illuminate or illumination occur several times during the course of this approximate 16-minute clip?
Yes, it does, several times.
Okay. We could continue. Can you pause it? Detective, did you just see a silhouette appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us how that happens or what we're looking at?
It's paused now, it's grainy, but in the middle pane, you can follow, at some point, if you play it, you can see an arm, and then follow down from light to where it becomes dark.
Okay, so if we can just go back, I'll play it again to just before the silhouette comes on. Okay, so we're playing it at 2:35:39. And I'm going to ask if we could pause at 2:35:57. Lieutenant, did the silhouette appear to come from the right side of the screen to the middle of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the silhouette appear to leap upwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, you could continue. Pause it, please. And just for now, we're paused at 2:36:03. You could continue. You just go, I'm sorry, pause it for 1 minute. And if you could go back to 2:36:02.
Somebody has to know where all those cameras are.
There, okay. I want to direct your attention to the area of that middle vertical frame of the garage door. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify what you're seeing regarding any areas of light and dark coloring?
Again, starting from the middle of that center pane off to the right, the upper portion is light, and then if you follow it down to the, all the way down to the area where it becomes dark, more or less in the center.
And did you hear any noises during the portion that we just played?
I did.
What was that?
It was a banging noise.
Okay. We continue. Pause it. We're paused at 2:36:30. Did that silhouette appear to leave the camera frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, did you note anything about that?
Off to the right side of the screen as we're looking at it, or the north side of the residence.
Okay. Before we resume, I want to ask you about the orientation of what's depicted in this video. Can you describe what's outside of that particular garage door?
Yeah, so this is the back side of the garage. In the front, there's it's three bay garage, and this most northern side has a garage door that opens up essentially on the back side of the house, so you can go all the way through. On the back side of this, or the west side of the house, is it opens up to a small paver patio. When you walk out of the garage, immediately to the right side is where the electrical panel is affixed to the house. If you go to the left side of the screen or the south side, it is the paver walkway leads to where the house has a large whole house generator.
Showing council what's been marked as S407. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S407. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture from the opposite side or the outside of the house. So the orientation,
Just before you do that, I'm going to ask to publish. if we could.
The objection?
I'll put it on the screen. I'm sorry, okay, now can you orient us to what we're looking at?
So looking at it from the opposite side, in this particular case, the electrical panel is on the left side. And if you go to the right behind the row of shrubs or bushes, that's where the generator is located.
Thank you. If we can resume.
So this mastermind turns the camera off, but he didn't realize that before it went off, at least a silhouette could be seen. Or I guess that might not be, is that when he turns the entire power off? The generator? Why did he go around? Somebody help me. Why did he go around, turning off the cameras? He did it in the basement of his house. Well, that one you can understand because he didn't turn the generator off there. But here, why not just go immediately to the box, the electrical box, and hit it, and then go to the generator and do just those two things? Or is that what he did? I'm having trouble figuring out what he's up to here. Julian Zeeser says if you're a criminal, you have to assume you're going to be caught on camera at some point, which would be a good reason for not being a criminal. Blue River doesn't want me to give them advice. I didn't know I was giving any advice. Oh, maybe I was. Why do you do this rather than that? I guess you're right. Amber has an explanation. He tried to take out the light outside the garage, and when he couldn't do it, he went to the power box and the generator. But the issue is, Amber, that he needed the power box and the generator to draw Keith outside. So why, that still doesn't answer why he tried to do the light in the garage first. Taking the light outside the garage out wouldn't have drawn Keith outside, would it? I don't think he made a little outline of what he needed to do and the order in which he needed to do it and analyzed whether that was the best way to do it. Which I'm happy about since he got caught. And again, we're assuming that the state's case will be proved and the jury will convict beyond a reasonable doubt. By the way, I watched an old case last night. I watched the opening in a case, New Jersey case from many, many years ago. And it was interesting because this was a wife who killed her husband. And she went online asking questions the same way Brian Walsh did. So Brian Walsh wasn't the first person to think about asking those crazy questions about how to murder someone, how to get rid of a body. He was, I guess there's nothing new in this world. That's the old adage, and apparently it's true. Okay. Possibly to avoid being seen tearing up the box, the motion sensor light would have outlined him taking the power out. Just an idea. Could be. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know well enough where the cameras were focused and what you would see. So that could be right. I've got Arlo cameras and they give you a panorama and you see everything. Taking the light out from the garage would have made it harder for Keith to see when he came outside. But wouldn't the light from the garage go out when you took out the power from the electrical box and the generator? That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't that take out everything, including this area? I don't know. I'm speaking well past my brief, as they say. I don't know anything about, in general, how some of the mechanics work, and in particular, how where these cameras were focused and what they did in this house. But it does seem to me that if the power goes out, so does the camera. It's not like, and particularly if the generator goes out, so you don't even have a backup. I would have thought everything then went out. And, I've been chatting for quite a while. Why are we sitting here just watching this picture and nothing else for all this time? And seeing the light go on and go off again, I'm assuming. I guess they're showing us, what are they showing us? The inside camera over the whole length of the video? But if so, why? How long is it? This has been going on for quite a while, and all we're seeing is this shot of the garage door and the light going on and off. It's not like Paul is using semaphores and is trying to send a message somewhere. If this is truly one continuing, thank you, Jadebug, and if this is truly what this camera is showing, why is he doing lights on and off? Finally, we see him. Okay.
Lieutenant, what did we just see? What appeared?
Oh, good.
The silhouette of the subject walks from the right side of the screen over to the left side of the screen.
That's all you're going to tell us? We've been watching that thing for 20 minutes. Ah, thank you, Pink Slippers. Every time he was in the area, the light went off. But if so, I thought motion detectors are supposed to go on when you're in the air. Oh, if this is a motion detector, that makes more sense. It's going on when he's tripping it, and when he's out of the way, it's off. That's my last and best guess. And it was helped a great deal by Pink Slippers. I would never have gotten there on my own. By the way, it looks like tonight at 7, I'm going to have on gossip, rumor, innuendo to talk about both where we are in the Caneiro murder trial and also the Adelson appeal coming up. And I've talked about her before. She's got great insight, but she's also in describing her
Well, the video is still playing. Can you tell us what we just saw?
That silhouette walks from the left side to the right side.
We need his help. Her take, she has just a remarkably funny way of capturing what's going on. She really captures the essence, but she does it in just a humorous way. And she's obviously not laughing at any of this, but she's just great. So if you've never had the opportunity to see gossip, rumor, innuendo, then, if you can, come on at 7 and experience her. She's quite the treat. And I've had, really, really, really good guests who are very, who know what they're talking about and really serious and great lawyers. And gossip, rumor, innuendo is also knows what she's talking about, but she doesn't take it from the lawyer perspective. She really has a different way of looking and thinking about things, and I thought it would be fun to talk to her about it. So we saw him go from right to left, and then we had the detective tell us that that's what we saw. And then we saw him go from left to right, and then we had the detective tell us that that's what we saw. And otherwise, we're watching this garage door, and every once in a while, the light goes on and off, and it's a motion detector. And so we don't know where he is, but we know he's somewhere now where the motion detector isn't getting him. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't know how much seeing this whole video has helped me understand the case better or move towards Paul's guilt more. I don't think I needed all of it. I know I didn't need all of it. Missy Cohen says Kathy is great, and Kathy is gossip, rumor, innuendo. Some people are hearing somebody eating a snack. I don't hear that. What I hear is that noise, whatever it is. And that's not eating a snack. That sounds like somebody banging on something. Pink Slipper said he tried to disable the motion detector. That's when he was jumping up and down. I agree with you. I mean, it was the camera. I wasn't thinking motion detector. But I still don't understand why he was trying to do that first.
Did that video end at 2:59?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So maybe what we're supposed to know is how long he was doing what he was doing.
Now, did your investigation reveal anything about the loss of power to 15 Willowbrook Road?
It did.
What was that?
As I mentioned before, those cameras, the Wise cams went offline at the same time as 251. Additionally, there was a Verizon reported that the loss of power at 252. There was also 2 additional cameras inside the residence that went offline at the same time, 252.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you request anything from Verizon?
I did.
And what was that?
I requested any information they had referenced the optical network terminal or the Verizon connection to the house.
And did you receive anything back?
I did.
What was that?
It was a printout that indicated, the initial response that I got indicated that the loss of optical, the ONT went offline at 3:42 a.m.
Now, after that, did you follow up and request any additional information?
I did. Based on that response, I made contact with Verizon to indicate how they deducted that the ONT went offline at 3:42. They said based off that, they provided additional alerts at the residence, which indicated that the loss of power at 252.
The second time when you followed up, did you receive any paperwork or anything back?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 375. It's pages 1 and 2. I'm going to ask you to look at page 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the response that they provided the first time I made the inquiry, which shows it's the loss of optical network terminal connection at 3:42 a.m.
Can you just explain what an optical network terminal is?
Essentially, it's the Verizon connection to the house for communications.
And if you could look at the first page of that, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that first page.
I do.
Okay, and is that the additional information you received after you made contact with somebody from Verizon?
It is.
And what does that indicate?
It indicates 6 different alerts. The first one being on 11/20/2018 at 2:52, loss of external power to the ONT. And then it ends with loss of external power to the ONT at 3:43 a.m.
And when you say ONT, do you mean optical network terminal?
Optical network terminal.
That's it. Now, during the course of your investigation, were you made aware of any type of cameras that were hardwired to the house on 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, was that a DVR system with hardwired cameras?
Yes,
Were efforts made to get into that DVR?
they were.
Okay, and what came of those efforts?
The DVR was sent to the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory for examination, and the results were that they weren't able to pull any information off of it.
Were you aware of whether the house had any Nest cameras?
I was.
What is Nest?
Nest is just a company, a manufacturer that produces cameras.
Where specifically were those Nest cameras located?
There's one on the side door. There was one that was determined to be the playroom, and one that was determined or identified as the basement.
So when you say the side door, is that like the mudroom door?
Yes,
Okay, and then the other two, are those the interior of the home?
correct.
Okay, what if any efforts were made to obtain, let me ask you this, were efforts made through legal process to obtain data from those 3 cameras?
They were.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you receive?
The response was, I believe it was 12 clips from the interior of the residence that were reviewed and didn't show anything of evidential value. And that was it. There was nothing from the outside camera.
And I should back up and ask you, when you request legal process on a company, is there a time frame that you have to give?
There is.
And what was the time frame in this case that you gave?
In this case, we did from November 19th through November 21st, 2018.
Okay, you just said this, but was anything obtained from that doorbell or the camera on the side door
No, ma'am.
for that time frame?
No, ma'am.
Now, were efforts made to obtain any information from the defendant's Porsche Macan, specifically the loaner Porsche Macan?
They were.
Can you tell us about those efforts?
We attempted to extract data in two different ways, one being the infotainment system. And then the second was through the cellular connection. Both of those were negative results for anything of evidential value.
There was no data to be obtained.
No data.
And during the course of your investigation, did you become familiar with 867 Route 34 in Colts Neck?
Yes, ma'am.
If I showed you a map of that area, would you be able to identify it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as D317 and just ask you, do you recognize that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that residence on this map?
It's cut off, but it would be at the top portion behind these two structures.
And do you see 15 Willowbrook Road on there?
Yes, center of the page.
Judge, permission to publish.
We put it on the,
No, I hope the cameraman lets us see it.
Mr. Murray, you can help her.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Detective, do you see 867 Route 34 in this photo?
In this orientation, it would be the bottom below this. These are two barn structures. So the actual residence of 867 is off this page below it.
Okay, so it would be, can you circle for us on the screen the barn structures? And the house specifically, if you could just denote, where would that be, 867?
And down here, right at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and can you just indicate where you see 15 Willowbrook Road? Okay, now where is Willowbrook Road?
Be this.
Okay, and the driveway to Willowbrook Road? Okay. Now, when you if you're looking at the screen all the way to the left, is there a road that sort of runs into that house, 867?
Yes, this is the access, one of the driveways. There's a secondary driveway that's on Route 34, which is off screen to the left. But this is a driveway access to that property.
Were any efforts made to make contact with the owners of, or the residents of 867?
They were.
Okay, and was any video surveillance footage obtained from there?
There was.
Did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell us if you could see on here, what angle did that footage depict?
In that direction, essentially up the driveway.
Okay, and is there a gate somewhere in there, if you know?
We're back to watching the witness and not the screen.
Okay, did you, now when you watched and you reviewed that footage, what time frame was that for?
Collected from 1:38 or 1:30 in the morning to approximately 4:30 in the morning.
And what, if anything, did you see on there?
Nothing other than a couple of animals walking through the screen.
Now, on this particular photo, is there a way, if you know, to access the property of 15 Willowbrook Road from the wood line?
It wasn't a defined driveway or anything, but there is a break in the brush or tree line to the, that would be the west side of the property.
And how were you aware of that?
I observed it, but also it was utilized by first responders to access the property.
Thank you.
For the record purposes, 317.1, but when you, Lieutenant, when you're describing the camera angle, you made an arrow, is that correct?
I tried, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it was good arrow. I'm just gonna say it was an arrow. All right, and I'm describing this for the record, but so you put a circle around that gate that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
That was, and your arrow goes a little bit past that, is that correct?
I was dividing the view
Okay,
in that direction.
in that direction.
So it would be kind of a northwest direction of the view.
Did you see beyond the gate, or you did not?
The gate is focused in. You could see past the gate, but I couldn't tell you how far.
Okay. And you said that the house is located off screen a little bit. Can you just put an X there so at least the record is a little bit more clear as to that photo?
It's not letting me necessarily draw down that far below.
Can you just make that an H then, so at least we can kind of see it? Okay. All right. And then at the top where you circled, top left portion of the screen, you circled, and that was what again?
It was just a break in the tree line along the Willowbrook Road.
Okay. All right. All right. So now I think with us putting that on the record and talking about what the circles are, that we'll now print this and capture it's D317.1.
That's what the lawyers are supposed
Is
to
it
do.
point four? Okay, I'm sorry.
The judge should not have to do that.
Lieutenant, I have just one more
It's
question.
her
Is there
exhibit.
any other way to access the property of 837 through any other roads?
867.
I'm sorry, yes.
There is a driveway. It's not on this picture, but there is a driveway on Route 34, which is Route 34 runs. It would run kind of parallel to the driveway. It's off this picture, but to the left is Route 34.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, can you just hit the undo button?
Judge, we approach sidebar.
Sure.
Another sidebar. That police officer back there has been there, as far as I'm concerned, the whole time. They seem to alternate the others. They go in and out, but I don't ever remember a time when he isn't there. He's not always sitting there. On occasion, he's over here where this other officer
Ladies
is.
and gentlemen, we're about to listen to some phone calls. Before I do that, it's marked 392. Before that, I want to give you an instruction as how to accept this evidence. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
You're about to hear several phone calls that were recorded during the time frame of November 2018 to February 2019, which indicate that as of those dates, the defendant Paul Caneiro was arrested and incarcerated. The fact that the defendant was arrested and incarcerated for any period of time should not enter into your discussions or deliberations in any manner at any time. Arrest, indictment, and incarceration are not evidence of guilt, but rather a part of the pretrial procedure that occurs prior to the matter coming before you to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proving each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Only you, members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met its burden. Can everyone follow that instruction?
That's a good instruction. I like
The
that
second
one.
part of that is that you're going to hear, or you'll learn that there are redactions to these recordings. Just because something is redacted, that's a legal decision. That's not something that I want you to have any speculation or conjecture as to why something that may have been redacted for a particular reason. It is your function to determine whether or not the statement was actually made by the defendant, and if made, whether the statement or any portion of it is credible. In doing so, you may consider all the circumstances surrounding the statements that you're going to hear now in making the determination with the following caution. I instruct you that in this case, certain portions of the recorded statement have not been provided to you. You may only consider those portions of the statement which have been admitted in evidence, and must not speculate as to the contents of the omissions or the reason or reasons for the omissions. Can everyone follow that charge?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to obtain any recorded phone calls pertaining to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive those phone calls? Did you have the opportunity to review them?
I did.
Were transcripts prepared?
They were.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcripts?
I did.
And were the transcripts fair and accurate to the phone calls?
Yeah.
Now, in the phone calls, who was the speaker?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how did you identify that?
Established PIN number, and then there's also a voice recognition where you have to say your name before you're allowed to make the phone call.
Does he also identify himself in the phone calls?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S392 and S393. I'm going to first show you S392. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a disco video phone calls.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S393. Do you recognize that?
This is a transcript from a December 5th, 2018 phone call, or number 2 phone call.
Okay. And this is a transcript, one of them that you reviewed. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, the state seeks permission to pass out the transcripts as well as play that phone call.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right.
This is for you. May I approach?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Perfect. I have this. I don't know that we have enough.
There might be some extras too in there.
This call will be monitored and recorded. To make a current call, dial. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Please enter your phone. Thank you for using Global Pill Link. Your call is being processed.
Good afternoon, Square One.
This is a Global Pill Link prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Noelle. How are you? I'm okay, Noel.
You want to talk to Tiff? Yeah, hold on one sec. Hey.
Hey. All right. I know things have been crazy.
Yeah,
Quick update. Duke, do we still have this client?
no,
No.
no.
All right.
That just happened as of yesterday.
What happened?
They decided not to continue. You know, Corey's actually going to be here later today. He didn't tell me exactly when. Corey?
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with business.
He's already,
What's he doing?
he's trying to keep everything going.
All right. And I guess just let's see what's going on. All right, a couple of things from the business. Superstar. I need Lewis to come back. Will she come back?
I talked to her and she can't. She feels horrible about it. And she was trying to figure out a way to do it, but she can't.
All right, what is it? Money or stability?
Both. And also she's scared. You know, not anything with you. She, you know, to us, there's somebody out there, you know?
Listen to me. I try not to worry about that. Just see if she'll do it. Tell her she can have 20% of the company and 75K a year. When you go start. I just need her to
Got it.
get this going. If she accepts, I need you to get rid of the other two.
Got it.
All right. I need Block day-to-day in charge of square one.
He is.
All right. When are they?
12/31/18.
All right. I need you to speak to. I don't even know who to talk to. We got to remind them that they have a contract, that they can't hire aware people for a period of 1 year after the contract ends, so on and so forth.
You're talking about the non-compete?
Yes, Duke in the contract.
And you don't want that to happen, where they would hire our people?
Right, unless they're going to pay us money to do so. And we have to negotiate a payment. All right.
So I just wanted to address non-compete.
All right, I need you to go on the T-Mobile account. I need you to cancel all the unused lines. Then there's my iPad and my iWatch. You can cancel those. I want you to, I need you to make my account the most basic, my line, the most basic line going.
Most basic, got it?
And then there's lines on there for Keith and his kids and things like that we're not going to use. So you need to get rid of those too. And the tablet. We should all be listed.
Does it mean their names are tied to it?
Yeah, but just call and you'll know if it's a company number or not. Melissa's got a number there. Don't get rid of her number. She needs to call Susan and figure that out.
All right.
The other thing was, I need you to get me another SIM card for that phone and put it into that Android phone that's on my desk. And
They took it.
People will call. They took the Android phone?
They took that phone, yeah.
All right. Then don't do anything with it.
Okay. They didn't take much, but that was one that they took.
Okay. Call Amex on my personal card, the Mercedes-Benz card, and cancel all the cards on the Mercedes-Benz Platinum card, and have them transfer the balance to my Platinum Amex.
Okay, so Kim, go ahead.
And me, Susan, Katie, and Marissa on that account.
So call Amex, your personal card, cancel all Mercedes.
Platinum cards, and I want to consolidate that all onto the other Amex.
Okay, so just cancel all those Mercedes cards, keep the other accounts open.
Yeah, but because the Mercedes card's going away, just tell them I want to bring it all into one, and then tell them, my situation, and I'm working on it.
All right, I'm gonna work on it. A lot of the things we're currently having problems with is that nobody will talk to us because we can't pass verification. For example, the Evernote, yeah.
My Evernote?
The Evernote, we're working on something called DNS, stuff like Dynex, yeah, I think that's what it's called.
But it's not something you should get to Rob. Let me do those first. You gotta transfer to block Dynex, Bandwidth, and my GoDaddy accounts. He's gotta use those three, plus the, Evernote.
Yeah, we're already working on two of those, the Dynet and the Evernote.
Okay, cancel the FiOS line at Keith's house, the one for Square One.
So, FiOS. So that Verizon bill that hits the account every now and again, $219 and change?
Yeah.
Because that's the only one I know of.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Make sure, that, so that, do we know if any of the servers at Keith's house are in time?
Nobody's telling us anything. I don't know if they've had conversations with Rob yet, but they didn't give a status on anything that was over at Keith's house.
All right, listen, Susan's and Katie's phones are in AT&T line. I don't know how that gets paid, but they're gonna need to.
They get, okay.
I don't know, or they're gonna have to turn, the other line on there, Jennifer, and make her own account. See what you can do about that, how to talk to Susan about that.
Okay, so AT&T, okay.
You just talk to Weinstein, see if there's, I got taxes due from last year, $20K. Is there any way the company can pay it?
No, not currently, especially with losing Duke. We're trying to figure out how to keep the payroll for the employees so they can finish out the contract for December. There's a lot of money on the credit cards already. I don't know what the limits are. That's something I already had on my plate to look into.
Talk to Weinstein, see if you can work on something with the IRS for me.
And that was, you said, from last year's return?
Yeah, hell no.
Okay.
I need to figure out for Susan how I can get, I'm trying to call her on her cell phone and I can't get through. Maybe she's gonna call AT&T and unblock certain types of calls and tell her to turn off the no robo. Tell her to turn off no robo, NOROMBO.
Turn it off.
Tell her to call AT&T, just sort of like 611, and ask them why she can't accept collect calls on that line.
Okay, so maybe she's got to change her setup. Okay, got it.
The other thing is, find out, call the court, or call the courthouse and find, not the courthouse, the jail, and find out if there's a way to put money on the account for me so that I can.
I've done that.
I can pay.
Oh.
Debit cards, debit calls.
Yeah, that's, that, I don't know what happened, because, when I got the first phone call, I accepted it, and I tried to add the credit card to fund it, and it hung up. Ultimately, I was able to get it to work, which is why I'm assuming you were able to call in. They only allow $50 at a time, but I set it up also so that when the card reaches $3, it automatically refunds itself, and that will protect that account for 90 days. So that should be good.
Okay. Just make sure that it's for all my accounts, like all phone calls. I can really hold thing to do that.
Yeah, the company that it's tied to says that it's for an advanced call thing, so.
We got a call, let Susan know that I need her to deposit
they've been working on that?
I'll say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's, the account name is AEGINA, AEGINA 99.
Okay,
Password is going to be either, it's going to be all lowercase, SQUARE, the number 1705, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning, and if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else is the same, lowercase, and then four numbers.
okay. And the username AGEINA 99, all your spaces. AEG, okay, got it. AEGINA 99. Okay. As you were just saying, they are trying to work on accounts. I knew about that from yesterday. I don't know what they were doing, but they mentioned it. Huh? Corey, he mentioned that he was trying to help Susan with that.
Alright, I don't want him in my accounts for anything.
Okay.
As far as Keith goes, gonna call on, start getting all that stuff going.
It's already in process.
Alright, because we can use some of that money from the trust earmarked for the business, just for this purpose. You better call that lawyer, I don't remember her name.
Kimberly Patton,
Yeah. Get a copy.
she's already,
Get a copy of the trust. Do you have a copy?
no, I've never touched any of that, so, yeah.
Ask her if she can send it to my attorney, a copy. Trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah, I am as well.
I think that the rehearsal, they would just call it like a really desperate and tell them that's that.
No, and believe me, because she was crying about it, when I had spoken to her about it, because
Please, I never need her any more than a now.
I know, and it really, the disability was not really the main thing. It was, the fear.
Don't worry about it. They got what they wanted. I'm here.
All right, I'll talk to her again about it. I talk to her
And she
all the
can
time.
so if she needs help.
Okay. All right, I'll give, yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta go correct myself.
okay. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Is that the integrity of the phone call from 12/5/18?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find your collective transcripts?
So he didn't want Corey in his house. I heard that. And he's trying to take care of business from inside the jail, which I suppose in a way is right. Somebody has to take care of the employees and what's going
Time
on
flies.
with all of it.
Want to take a break? Yes and no. Got a couple yeses, couple nos. All right, the yeses are going to win for now. So we're going to take a break.
For heaven's
If you can go in the
sake.
room, we'll take our 15-minute break because I didn't give you that. Technically, I didn't give you the 15-minute break, so why don't you take that now? We'll come back out at 11:18 and start right back up. Thank you. Don't discuss this case.
He just gave them a break that went forever. I think this judge does a really good job in a lot of ways, but I think the amount of time he doesn't have the trial going, uh, is not good. And I'm a New Jersey taxpayer. I'm just sure that somewhere in here, it's not simply the town and the county that are paying for this. I'm paying too, and I don't like it. Imagine if you were at work and you got to take maybe like a 25 to 30-minute break, and then a 15-minute break, and then a 70-minute lunchtime, and then you end early half the time. This is our government at work. No bottom line. Okay, I doubt that there are any questions here now, but let me take a look. Okay, and I see Amber's asking you to hit the like button. I guess I will too. And I'm going to turn off for a couple of minutes, and see if I can't get a couple of little phone calls made on this break that I've got to do. I'll see you in a little while.
back in session.
Thank you. All right. We'll continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, just one question from that phone call. Who is Tiffany?
Tiffany is the office manager for Square One and EcoStar.
Now, did you listen to a phone call from December 14th of 2018? Was there a transcript for that phone call?
There was.
Specifically number 29? And did that transcript accurately and fairly portray that phone call?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked. That is S397. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the transcript from December 14, 2018, call 29,
And what's the date?
December 14, 2018.
Judge, permission to pass out the transcripts now first.
See the back screen.
Oh, if we could.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Thank you for using Global Calling. Your call is being processed. This is a Global Calling prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Ed.
Hey, mind speaker.
What's up?
I wanted to thank you for coming.
Okay. Good to see.
It's great seeing you guys.
Hey?
1 second. I said it was great seeing you guys.
Okay.
It's hard.
Kind of scary.
I know. Sorry. It shouldn't be this hard for you guys. What I asked you, I want you to do.
No.
I know I don't have a right to ask. I want us to be together. When I get out of here.
Did you speak to the lawyers today?
No.
No.
I just got out of the room now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had a visit with us today? Oh, you got them?
Yeah,
You
thank
got
you.
the doctor? And we put one in the console.
Okay, thank you.
You have 100 in there.
Okay. You should relax me for a while.
Mm-hmm.
How are the girls? Are they okay after you left?
Yeah. Okay.
They were upset.
Mm-hmm. What kind of stuff?
It's the last place I want to be. It's the last place I belong. Did that combo work for you?
I don't know, I'm gonna go back.
Okay,
Too dark,
no problem.
so dark, even in the daylight. So, I'll try going back tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. But everything else is good?
Yeah. So what kind of car is it?
What?
What kind of car?
I didn't hear you.
What kind of car?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The one you're paying for?
I'm really following right now. I'm sorry.
You're not following?
No.
I asked you, is that a payment?
Oh. An Audi, small one.
The white one?
Yeah.
Or you just pay it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you're on airplane.
Yeah, I just put it that way.
Do you know what that means?
Sorry?
I paid it. I paid it 4 days ago.
Did you?
Yes,
Why?
because your account was negative. Because your account was negative.
I told
And I
you
couldn't see it yet.
all the
I
time.
couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. And then the mortgage was outstanding, so I transferred the money over.
I'm sorry. I told Katie that day on the phone to cancel all the auto payments.
She couldn't. We can't get into your bill payments.
She was
Even with power of attorney. No, even with power of attorney, I can't get in. I don't get there, whatever. She couldn't get into your bill payments. She couldn't understand your account.
She was in there originally because she was able to see them all.
She could see them. You can't do anything.
Just go to the bank and have them cancel all the auto payments.
I did.
All right. And the auto bills, right?
I did. The only problem is I need to contact these companies. I don't have account numbers.
They'll send the bills now because if it's not auto payments, just go
Oh,
back to
so
the
the paper bill?
Yeah, go back to the bank and just tell them that you make sure that it's not e-bills. Turn off all the e-bills too.
I don't know if they can do that.
They can.
Nobody can unlock. No, I was in the bank for 4 hours this week. But they cannot. I was on the phone with them yesterday for over almost 2 hours. And your bill pay profile is blocked. It's blocked. And the lady was helping me. She's talking to corporate. She's like, this is ridiculous. This woman has power of attorney. She's supposed to be able to act on his behalf. And I can't see your bill payments. I can't see what bills you have set up. They were able to disable all of the automatic bills. But that's all they could do to help me. So I'm trying to detect the work.
All right.
Yeah.
Everything else all right? We can try to shower now.
Yeah. And I have to shower during your 3 hours.
Yeah. Everything from like 3 hours.
I wonder how that relation is. That way, before he was arrested, She seems a little, let me say, abrupt, and he keeps trying to placate her.
Lieutenant, did you have an opportunity to listen to a phone call, a recorded call from January 27th of 2019?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S400. Show it to council. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a transcript of the call from January 27, 2019, call number 121.
Okay, and did you review that transcript against the phone call?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately depict the phone call?
Yes.
Actually, I can keep that. Judge, the state would seek permission to pass out the transcripts and approach.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
She's been reported as supporting him. You would have expected a little more, I don't know what, sympathetic tone.
Thank you, Judge. I think we're going to call the jurors have a chance.
Okay, go ahead.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Press 1 for to deploy call. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Please enter your 4-digit private. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed. Hello? This is a Global Link. Who's the call from?
Paul Caneiro.
An inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call.
Hey.
Hey,
Nothing much. I saw you at the phone again.
well, doesn't come every day, huh? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, sweetie? What are you up to?
I'm just leaving my lectures for a week. I'm working now.
Oh, yeah? How's the concert yesterday?
I was so fun. Really good.
What was it?
I said it was really fun. It was, Golden Osborne.
Oh, yeah?
The country man.
Yeah.
Got down to stay a little longer.
Oh, yeah? I
I
know
don't
that.
know if you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really fun.
Where's that?
New York City?
Oh, on the pier?
No five? I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Graduated. Where's Love go?
Yep. She's right here. Listen to her.
How's your haircut?
Good. I'm blonde again.
Yeah? Katie's got dark hair. Well, the world's upside down.
How are you?
All right. I'm in a new area now. Kind of.
Yeah, Mom was saying that.
Yeah. I'm trying. All right, sweetie. I love you.
Right, I love you. Good night.
Thanks. Joe?
Hello?
Hi. Can you ask me to send me some more science fiction, just science fiction?
Science fiction?
Yeah. Or fiction, I don't care. I just don't want anything heavy. I can't concentrate.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my last 2 books.
Okay. Is she gonna live?
Yeah, she can figure something out. Just
Okay.
tell her to pick science fiction. Tell her to send me, 2 right away and then 2 in a couple of days.
Okay.
And then, 2 in another couple of days. If I don't, if you don't hear from me.
Okay.
So that was one of the daughters, evidently. I don't see what that one
Oh, yeah.
added.
What's going on?
Oh, we're coming back on.
Yeah,
Hello.
okay, what's like 3 days we can talk. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe.
Friday.
Long redactions. The daughter's tone with him was more friendly, more supportive sounding, more what you would have thought the wife, if she was really supportive, would have sounded like, even if she was, annoyed with him.
And I gave him a book to get back to you. And he said he's going to do those papers now.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, he can tell you why he held on to him.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, just ask him, he'll tell you. There's nothing crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling good today.
Next to come over with some pains. I got bad heartburn today. Yeah, especially at the meeting with them. This whole thing is just so much. So, like, I just can't believe I'm here. When is it? Let's talk about something else. How's Kate?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's doing a photo shoot right now
Where?
in her class. Because we're going to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, just for the weekend.
Yeah, how is she? I typed it up, I wrote up the recipe. I sent it to Katie
Okay.
with the stuff, so.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, didn't make a copy of it, she has it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How is Jeff?
She's good.
Yeah,
She's good. Mm.
she's
She's
okay.
going to be living with her boyfriend.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah. I'm sure it's going to be an apartment. So.
Very good. So, what have you been up to?
Not much. Went to the gym yesterday.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
We should do Friday if you left.
I have the video.
Yeah.
She was right there. Mm-hmm. So, I have been around.
Yeah. And last night?
So,
What did you do last night?
last time I was there, so I was at the beach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did, I just totally forgot what I was gonna ask you. What day are they coming to the house? Or you didn't set that up yet?
They didn't set that up yet. And then Sherry, her name is, she's supposed to call me
Right.
and set something up. So I'm sure we'll hold up.
Alright.
So, let's see. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks. I'll have to see if everything that's getting new insurance.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who's working on it?
Yeah, I'm sure he took care of it.
Yeah, I didn't find anything, so. Nothing yet.
Have you heard from my dad?
No.
No?
Mhm.
What about, Corey?
Yeah, I'm supposed to call her Friday.
Yeah. What do you have to say?
Too much.
No?
I went to, no, I went to the bank again.
Okay.
And they couldn't help me again. I have to go back again tomorrow, Monday.
Why couldn't they help you?
I have the power of attorney on the kids' road for the businesses.
Right.
And, for whatever reason, they're not working on my phone online. So she was going to help me put them on the
Oh, yeah.
online access, and get things like administrative, finance, and whatnot.
Right.
And, I went there on Saturday to do it, but only 2 of the accounts came through. The other 2 didn't show up, so we had to call online banking. And online banking had I always 30-minute wait time. But she had to come back on Monday instead of it. Thank you about that.
Find out also if you, how would I give you power of attorney to the trust account? For me.
The trust account at TD Bank,
Yeah.
the trust account there,
Yeah. It's, Tiffany.
is it in your name?
No, it's, it's linked to my accounts, so they can see it. I'm the trustee, but I want to give you access to my bank. Just find out. She can look it up by my social security number.
I'm pretty sure I can't get that.
Well, just find out. It might be, we might.
I know, but I'm pretty sure there's a link somewhere that I can't get anything on that.
All right, well, just ask. 'Cause-
I'll ask again.
Yeah.
I'll ask again, but I'm pretty sure that that's the one account that I can't get because it's a trust, it's not a bank account.
Right.
So, and I think power of attorney does anything for it.
Well, I'll see why not. If you're going to opt in my stat, if I'm physically unable to, because I'm saying just, you know.
I asked, but I remember talking about this account because when we first went over,
They also told you you couldn't have access to business accounts, so.
no, that's not true, because I needed a separate power of attorney to get business account.
Okay, well, let's see, because I
The trust
got
that is different.
well,
It said the trust is different, so,
let's see what they say.
but I'll ask again.
You know, just, it's only going to be able to write checks or do anything
Yeah.
without.
Does people have that bank account number?
Yeah, but they can, like I said, they can just look it up. It's the only trust account linked to my accounts.
Okay.
Just look it up, you know, well, I'm sure they can look up just any one of the company accounts will link back to my account.
Mhm.
Where you can see all the accounts from there. Because, I mean, at some point, Corey's got to figure out, or you got to figure out what's going on with Keith's accounts too.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's what the trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, you know, basically unlocks all the other stuff. With, you know, getting everything back, you know, sorted out. So.
Okay. You have 60 seconds remaining.
Should I call you?
I'll ask again, but that was, you know, totally off the table from the beginning, so I have a feeling it's something.
Well, there's got to be something wrong with that. Yeah. You want me to call you right back?
Sure.
All right, bye.
Nothing further.
Sure.
Are you all getting a lot out of those tapes? I'm having trouble deciphering what the conversation is, particularly the person to whom he's speaking. And so if there was something in that last one that was important, I very clearly missed it. I see their comments about him being focused on the trust and the business and the insurance. He's in jail, and there's not a whole lot that he's able to do. And I don't know that I'd fault him for trying to figure out how to maybe keep the business solvent, although I think that was a losing proposition, or trying to get whatever the premiums need to be paid and get the trust in order. I mean, he's got time to think about that and not much opportunity to do other things. Now, you're right, he may have an ulterior motive or a bad motive, but good or bad, that seems to me the kind of thing you should be worried about in the situation he's in. Yeah, RV Ready 3CX68, I agree with you. I could not understand a lot of it either. Well, if he thinks he can get in the trust when he's on being held for murder one, he's sadly mistaken and doesn't understand the law. He can't, as the person who intends and causes the death, be a beneficiary. And right now, there's no finding that he intended or caused, but they're not going to let him have the money while they're trying to figure out whether he did. Maybe if he'd done a little more research, he wouldn't have gone down this path. I think with regard to the trust and the money and what's going on. So, Christine, you've got better hearing than the rest of us. You thought you heard him tell his wife to use his social security number to get into the trust. I don't know how he thinks he's going to be able to do that. You've got that accountant out there who's onto all this. And he's, if someone didn't put a hold on the trust account while he's being prosecuted, I'd be surprised. He's bad at crime. Well, I agree and I don't agree, even though I said it also, that if he had Missy Kelly, that if he'd understood the law, he wouldn't have committed the crime. I agree with you. But on the other hand, I think he never thought he was going to get caught, so it was never a risk. I thought on the last call, this is, what is it, Ben Thallow, that he was talking to one of the daughters. He called her sweetie, which is more, I'm sure husbands and wives can say that to each other, but it's more the kind of thing you expect a dad to say to a daughter. And she had such a different tone from the second phone call, which was clearly the wife. She was chipper and happy and asked him how he was. There's a great comment. Missy Kelly said the only people who are good at crime are the people we don't know about. That truer words were never spoken. That's absolutely correct. Oh, Jeremiah thinks that he started with his daughter, but then she handed the phone to her mom. Okay. That part I didn't, because I was having trouble hearing the other side of the phone call. Ready 369 asked if he really thought he could kill his brother and family and then right into the sunset with the money. Well, he must have because he did it.
So I want to take a step back and just talk a little bit about your responsibilities in this case. So you are the lead detective from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's
Oh, we're gonna
Office on this
oh
case,
my God,
correct?
we're rehearsing all this again.
And there's kind of like multiple lead detectives, right?
Yes,
And specifically, we have Detective Brady was the lead detective from the Ocean County Police Department.
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township Police Department. And then we have Detective Zerillo, who was the lead detective from the Colts Neck Police Department.
Correct.
And you are one of the lead detectives from the Monmouth County
Ken has
Prosecutor's
two,
Office.
one of the,
And you said for the Colts Neck incident, is there another lead detective for the?
Now Captain Brian Weisbrot, then Detective Weisbrot, was the lead for the Ocean Township.
Okay, so you and Detective Weisbrot were both lead detectives.
was she
in this
listening to the
case.
testimony last week?
And
Wow.
when we're referencing the Ocean Township case, we're talking about like the arson,
Correct.
right? But you were the lead detective. When you say Colts Neck, you're talking about, the homicides that occurred and the arson that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right? At Keith's house.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to you and Detective Brady and Detective Zerillo and Detective Weisbrot, there were a variety of other detectives in this case that had significant responsibilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so Detective Cordoma, for example, was assigned to do the origin and cause of the fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Bassender was assigned to do the financial aspect of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Migliorise was assigned to do sort of like digital evidence, things of that nature. And then there's also Detective Hess, Detective Mahoney. They did some neighborhood canvassing and some surveillance and things like that.
Along with others, but yes.
Also Detective Wayne Rayner, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Condon and Detective Tazi, Detective Sostian, Detective Muller, all of those detectives were involved,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as Detective Robert Flanagan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, because we heard testimony from a fire marshal, Craig Flanagan, earlier in the case, but when we're referencing Detective Robert Flanagan, that's a different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Just same last name, but different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and Detective Robert Flanagan is from your office, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Retired, but yes.
There's also Detective Scott Valenti and Sean Murphy, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about Weisbrot, but there was a Deputy Chief Wilbert, he was involved,
Retired, but yes.
and Detective Nareth.
Yeah, the Nareth, yes.
Detective David Sidorikis.
David Sidorakis.
Okay, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Kristen DeVito, William Anton, Richard Shin, and Detective Jose Cruz. Are those names familiar as being involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, I have a Richard, I'm not sure how to say that last
Now, what's
name.
the point of giving this whole list?
Broccoli.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
And Detective Scott Samus. They were also involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's hear.
And, but despite all of them being involved, you were the lead detective, so that meant you were kind of in charge of the investigation, right?
I wouldn't say I was in charge. There's still a hierarchy and in order of chain of command, but
So is there someone who's in charge of you, who's calling the shots? Or when it came to this case, did you essentially decide what types of investigations to pursue and what roles people should take and what tasks people should be assigned?
well, there's definitely supervisors that assigned people certain tasks. It was, as far as who was in charge, I think there was a lot of collaboration going on as far as this investigation, because there was, like you just mentioned, there's so many people. So it was, a joint effort, but
Okay. So who was supervising you?
so back then, my immediate chain of command was, Sergeant Ed Henley
And like,
and Scott Samus.
okay. All right. So
would you, when you were conducting the investigation in this case and coordinating and collaborating with others, you would report back to them as well?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And as the lead detective, you were responsible for reviewing a lot of the material in this case, right?
I did, yes,
So that you knew what was going on, right?
yes.
And so you reviewed things like police reports
I
and
did,
reports from other detectives, right, that were involved?
yes,
And you reviewed, we saw some surveillance video that you reviewed, correct?
yes.
You were familiar with some additional surveillance video from Colts Neck. Did you review all of the surveillance video in this case?
When you say all of it, I reviewed at least portions of all the video that was collected.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is other detectives, for example, if they pulled video from, let's say, a location at 27 Tilton, right? Like near that area. And they reviewed maybe hours worth of videos, but they directed you to the most relevant portions for your review. Is that what you're saying?
Both directed, and I also watched myself for relevant times.
Okay. So you watched the relevant times. You didn't necessarily watch times that weren't relevant to your investigation. And but you did watch surveillance videos, for example, from the area of 27 Tilton, Paul's house.
I did.
Okay. And also, did you review some of the body worn camera footage and the motor vehicle recording footage from Ocean Township and Colts Neck?
Portions of both, yes.
What about, you took a lot of witness statements in this case, right?
Me personally, or
You were personally involved with the taking of numerous witness statements, and you were present.
yes,
Okay. And you also, did you review the witness statements that you were not present for?
I would say at least most of them.
Okay. And by the way, the witness statements in this case, we're a little bit familiar with them. They're the typed statements, correct?
Yes.
They're not video recorded, right?
No.
And they're not audio recorded.
No.
And it's in like a question answer type format, right?
Yes.
And did you also review the cell phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
There were numerous cell phone extractions conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
So let's start with Susan, Marissa, and Katie. Their cell phones were extracted. Did you review their extractions?
Obviously, they're very lengthy, so at the very least, I looked at portions of them.
Portions, like maybe, like you said, more relevant portions, timeframes.
Correct.
For example, the 19th and the 20th would probably be a relevant timeframe in this case.
Yeah.
Of November 2018.
Yes.
And there were also cell phone extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, is that right?
Yes.
Elisa Caneiro or Bertacci. There were cell phone extractions done for Mr. Paul Caneiro and his brother Keith Caneiro.
Yes.
And also, there was a variety of Google Cloud data that was received from Keith's Google Cloud, correct?
Yes.
That was, I guess, subpoenaed from people, is that right?
CDW, or Communications Data.
It was requested by law enforcement through a legal application.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were also there was a lot of financial records in this case, right? There's like thousands of pages of financial records. You're aware of that?
I am.
Now, did you personally review those financial records, or did you just rely on Detective Bassender to kind of synthesize them and point you in the direction of what she felt was relevant?
The financial component, I relied on Detective Bassender.
Okay. And what about the physical evidence in this case? Did you like personally observe some of the, we had the opportunity to see a lot of the physical evidence in this case, whether it was a gas can or gloves or clothes, things of that nature. Did you review that evidence?
Same thing. I rely obviously on the forensic detectives to do that. Some I did witness firsthand, some, during the course of preparation or something, but every single piece, no.
So and when you say you relied on, are you referencing Detective Vogt and Detective Catalona?
Primarily, yes.
They were the, forensic crime scene detectives, right? And Vogt was the lead crime scene detective from Cold Snack, and Catalona was the lead crime scene detective from Ocean, right?
Correct.
And so they might have brought some things to your attention, but they also took a lot of photographs, correct?
They did.
So did you review a lot of the photographs in this case?
A lot.
Now, we talked about how there's a lot of detectives involved in this case from your office, right? But there's also a lot of other agencies that were involved in this case, right?
There were.
And so those include, we talked about Cold Snack Township, and we talked about Ocean Township, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there was also, at some point, the Asbury Park Police were involved with respect to the business location when there was a search of that location, correct?
They were.
And there's also the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office was involved for a little while with respect to a phone extraction.
Correct.
With Paul's phone, right? Also, the
We're doing more of
Monmouth County
this.
Sheriff's Department was involved to an extent,
Yes, ma'am.
and the New Jersey State Police were involved.
Yes, ma'am.
The FBI was involved at some point,
Yes, ma'am.
and the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, another federal agency, was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there were like many fire departments, right?
Many.
I can only imagine she went to the jury to show she was listening.
So throughout this case and throughout, I think even in your report, there's reference to the investigative team in this case. Is that like all encompassing, essentially all of the people I just mentioned, or maybe a focus on some of the detectives at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office? Who's the investigative team?
I would agree that would be the investigative team. Anybody that had any involvement would be part of the team.
And you said it was collaborative, right? So there was a lot of meetings with each other, conferring and updating each other and talking about various aspects of what's been investigated.
Yes, at least in the very beginning, there was briefings that we would hold to meet either before or after the day to go over what was done, what needs to be done, that type of thing.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that stand out in this case that I'm going to ask you about what investigation was done.
Okay.
So, for example, we heard that about, and you interviewed, or you're aware that Jonathan Harrington and Heather Kapp were interviewed very early on in this case.
These were the
correct?
first couple of
I'm
police
aware that they were,
witnesses.
yes.
Okay. And
Oh, no, these are the neighbors.
so what, if any, investigation was done to look into the two men with the baseball caps
Well,
at 4:30 in the
finally.
morning?
What went into it? No,
What-
that's overruled. Go ahead.
What investigation was done to look into that?
What specifically to them, I wasn't part of the investigation really at all in Ocean Township. That was then Detective Weisbrot. So as far as the specific goes, I know that they interviewed neighbors, other neighbors, the firefighters conducted their interviews, pulled the surveillance, that type of thing.
Does anybody remember if she asked any questions
So when
of
we talk
those
about the surveillance, and you
Weisbrot?
indicated that you reviewed the surveillance.
Portions of it, yes.
I don't remember now. It seemed to me they asked the two men that Heather Katz said she saw. Were dropped in, and then I don't remember questions, so I could be wrong. Does anybody remember?
I'm going to show you what's already been published. It's D1-101. And this is, do you recognize this as a map of the area of 27 Tilton?
I do.
Okay, so 27 Tilton would be here in like the middle of the photograph, and it's denoted as 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever go to the area? You were there at some point?
I was there at some point, yes.
Okay. And you see how 27 Tilton is a U shape, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it intersects with Green Grove Road, correct?
yes.
So the video that you saw, right? Tell me if I'm wrong, was of a vehicle in the area of 27 Tilton, or originating from the driveway of 27 Tilton, and driving this way and then making a right onto Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But just to be clear, there were no surveillance videos ever obtained
We're
from
doing this again.
from this side of 27 Tilton, correct?
I don't know, there's none that I saw, and I don't know if there was any available at that time either.
She's going to
Right.
tell
Well,
him
so
she
we have
knows.
in this area at least two or three different surveillance videos from houses on
Cameras,
just on
you
this
mean.
side of the street, just on this like one road, correct?
Two that I reviewed were from there, yes.
Okay. And so as the lead detective in this case, I know you're saying Detective Weisbrot was the lead detective of the arson out of 27 Tilton, right? But in the bigger picture of investigating the quadruple homicide and the double arson, at any point did you say to anyone, since it's very collaborative, hey, why don't we check for surveillance video over here? Let's go door to door. Let's document it, and let's see what, if any, surveillance video we can find to see if anyone went this way from 27 Tilton at 4:30 in the morning and drove away this way at this intersection.
So I also know that there is another surveillance camera I neglected to say that I did look at, was the 19 Oxford from behind. But I also do know that there was a surveillance canvas done, as we always do, in all directions. I don't know off the top of my head to articulate which houses were checked, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras didn't show anything. And I'm not that familiar with the Ocean Township canvas as far as the surveillance, but I do know that a surveillance canvas was done.
Okay. A surveillance canvas was done, and you mentioned 19 Oxford. That's right here behind 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct. I don't know specifically which house it is, but
It's
it's
still
behind it.
It's on this side of the road, and you can see like the back of 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're telling us that you know a canvas was done,
Yes.
right? But there's no documentation of anywhere of anyone saying, any of the detectives, many police officers saying, okay, we went to this house and this house and this house and this house and this house. And Judge, this is what you said.
Can I see everyone, please?
She asked Weisbrot some of these questions. I remember him saying that for some of the cameras she was asking about, they didn't have a sight line. Now she's asking somebody who wasn't in charge of that part of the investigation the same questions. And meanwhile, we had to go through all the people who were involved in this investigation to no purpose. I'm getting the feeling that she wants the jury to think she's really paying attention. And when she goes to the manuals, that she knows more than the expert who's on the stand. She hasn't done that right now with the manuals, but she did that at least twice. I mean, I suppose she's trying to say you had all these investigators and all these people working, and yet you didn't do this camera surveillance behind the house that might have shown something. But I don't know how many times she has to make the same point. She's made the point they could have looked other places and they didn't. All he can do is agree with what the other officer said, the person Weiss brought, who was in charge, who was the lead detective for the other side of this joint investigation. So once you have that, he's not going to be able to give you a different answer saying, oh, yeah, we did look and look what we found. Why do it again? I don't understand it.
Unless I look better in the dark where you can't see me. So, it's better for the people in the back, they can't see me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break you for lunch now. There's one legal issue I just wanted a few minutes to discuss with the attorneys. I'm also going to, I'm going to be extra generous today. I'm going to extend the lunch to 1:35.
Oh, God.
It's not by much. So, but I want to be able to talk to the attorneys afterwards. Let's do, we'll do 1:40. We'll come back.
140.
And then we're going to continue on until we're done with it today. Okay? So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research.
12:25.
And I hope you have a nice lunch. Thank you all.
140. So he's now giving them 75 minutes for lunch. After the long break and after the short break. He's no longer in my list of favorite judges, no matter that he's doing a good job otherwise. He's gotten him off, not that he cares, I'm sure, but he's off my list. Now, I don't see why they have to do this one in camera. I don't find anything that they need to argue with everybody gone, frankly. Unless they're going on to another subject yet again that we're not entitled to hear about.
Okay, I'll ask for the attorneys to confer, and I'll see everybody at 1:30 so that we can get started and go over this last issue.
If they
Thank you.
have to discuss things that they didn't discuss before. Well, that's annoying. This stuff should have been done. I don't think anything that happened is a surprise. They should have gotten it done before. All right, are there any questions? Otherwise, we're going to break for lunch. I don't see any questions. Got any? Or I'm going to cut the camera and the sound, and we can all go have lunch or whatever. Oh, there's a question on screen. Is there no court tomorrow because of this blackout protest? I don't know. It sounded as then I don't even know what the blackout protest is, so you can see how up on things I am. But it sounded like whatever it was that was going to mean no court tomorrow was not something that just had come up. And the judge made it sound as though it was out of his control. Now, maybe I read him wrong when he said that. So I really don't have an answer. Kristen, I have no idea what the lawyers need to confer about. It didn't seem to me that there was anything that occurred at the end of that questioning that would have led to it. So it suggested that it's something different. And I don't know what it could be that they couldn't already have done. And I don't know what it could be that they need an extra 15 minutes. They can skip lunch and get to it, or eat lunch while they're doing it. Cranky is what I am. Sorry. Okay, I don't see. Let's see if there are any other questions before we just go off. Nope, I don't see it. Okay. No, I don't see anything. Okay. He said 1:40, so that gives you 70 minutes. And we'll be back then. So long. Ciao, everybody. Did you have a good lunch? Or get errands done? Or take a nice walk? Or I don't know. I don't know what you might have done over lunch, but whatever you did over lunch, I hope it was either rewarding or fun, or actually, better yet, both. So I'm ready to go, and I have complained enough about this judge and the waste of time, in my view, waste of time. So I'm not going to complain anymore. I'm making a promise, although I can't commit to living up to the promise. It's like a New Year's resolution. I'm going to try, but we'll have to see how much I'm provoked. You notice I'm blaming it on them. I'm learning from some of these defendants. You know, blame it on everybody else. You have nothing. Your responsibility is nil. But in any event, I know I mentioned earlier that tonight at 7 I will have gossip, rumor, innuendo on to give her take on the trial, and probably on Charlie's appeal, which will be, really neat, I think. And tomorrow there is no trial. Don't turn on for trial, because you won't find a trial. I'm just reminding you that there will be no trial tomorrow. And that's about it, I think. I don't know that I've got anything more that I need to say. About all of this. I'll see if there are any questions that have come up since last we met. I'm sure there is not, but I am going to go look. Let me see. Let me find us. I don't have us up right now because I was working on something else, but I will be able to find us. We'll be able to find us shortly. Okay, and I did want to say that I guess the one other thing that I was going to say is that let me look at this and see if I can find what I was going to say, since I seem to have lost it. Yeah, tomorrow at 4, sort of a wrap up on Caneiro. I will have Chris Giampioni on. He's been on once before with me, a former prosecutor. Really was, I thought, a really great guest, and I think both those of you who saw that liked him a lot. So he will come on, and we will do the weekend review of Caneiro, which is really like 2 days worth of anybody else's trial. We can't blame the judge for Monday. That was a snow day. But Fridays, they were only left with 3 days. And yeah, 2 days, I think I'm being generous. But I said I wasn't going to complain. So, or even mention it again. And here I am doing it. I'm just not, just not good at getting it out of my head. I just am not. I'm just bad. I don't know what to say. So, but I was going to look to see if there are any questions rather than gabble. Listen to me. I'm not able to multitask anymore. I'm trying to get a message out before we start that I have to get out. Now it's out. So now I'm going to stop doing that and pay attention to you, which is what I should have been doing all along anyway. And the judge is late. So what's new in this world? The judge is late. The only day he was on time that I can remember, except for the first couple of days when I really thought he was just going to be crisp and clean, was the day that we had the internet problems yesterday. And yesterday he started on time. At least I think he did. It seems to me he did. Okay, any questions here? Let me see. Yeah, the mic is on. Somebody's saying mic. Are you not hearing me? Because my indicators are that the mic is on. Why do I sound so far away? I don't know. I'm here. Do I still sound far away? You know, you're asking me these tech problem issues. You can hardly hear me. Well, I don't know what's going on. The mic is on. This is on. Why wouldn't you be able to hear me? Are you sure you can't hear me? I sound like I'm in a wind tunnel. Well, let me pull out the thing and try again. Okay, is that better? But Amber's saying it's not me, it's the court TV feed is out of whack and I'm being covered up by it. So we'll just have to wait until court starts. Oh yeah, you say you're hearing all the noise and things. Well, I'm not in my car. You can see that I'm not in my car. I'm in my office, muffled. Well, maybe that's better. Maybe what I'm about to say today, better if I'm muffled and you can only hear some. Oh, there's the judge. You can. Well, no, he's. No. If he. Oh, there must be court TV because I see on my phone the judge talking on court TV, but we're not getting him. So Amber, I do think there's something going on. No, the mic is not turned around, Jeremiah. The mic is exactly right. It's exactly the way it was when we left before lunch. I've done nothing to the setup. But on my phone, on the court TV feed, maybe that's an old feed. Yeah, it's an old feed. Don't worry about it. Try again. Okay, I'm back on. But we're waiting for the court. No? Yes.
I think I said earlier that I was gonna stand up the next time you guys came out. That's wrong.
Say that.
I know. Listen, you guys gotta hold me accountable.
You got a lot to deal with, it's all good.
That's my fault. Next time I'm standing.
As long as you feel bad, we're good.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna allow everyone to sit down before we get started. So let's just give everyone a minute.
Okay, I'm hoping the sound is better now. But
Okay,
if
Ms.
this is
Messalon, when you're
what
ready.
to say.
So, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We left off
Okay,
with,
thanks, Maria. All good
We
now.
were
It
looking
was
at a map
for
of the
TV.
area of 27 Tilton, and we were discussing surveillance video, and I'm gonna get back to that in a moment. But I wanted to first take a step back.
Oh,
You
go
mentioned,
backwards.
and you explained that this was a very collaborative approach, right? There's a lot of different investigators handling different aspects of the case.
Oh, we're going back
And
to this.
all of the detectives were, you guys were having meetings and you're in contact and you're discussing the various moving parts of this case, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that comes with that method is information is coming in, you know, in let's say piecemeal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes you get it right away, sometimes it might come later at a briefing, you know.
Let me ask a better question. That wasn't phrased very well. So what I'm asking is this, it's not like you start the investigation on November 20th and on November 21st, you have all of the information, all of the evidence in a day, right?
No, so,
There's ballistics and there's arson and there's DNA and there's canvassing, looking for surveillance videos, there's financial aspect to the case. And so as time moves forward, more and more information is learned, correct?
yes. Sometimes information is relayed right away, sometimes I'm present for it, sometimes, you know, somebody would call, sometimes it takes a while for lab stuff. So yeah, throughout the entirety of the investigation, you continuously learn more information.
Right, like, and for example, if you subpoena something or you get a warrant for something, records, documents, information of some sort, maybe sometimes they respond in a day, but probably usually it takes a few weeks or it takes a few months or something along those lines, right?
Fair to say, yes.
And in this particular case, we're talking about November 2018, right?
Yes,
The investigation didn't stop in November of 2018, it continued, correct?
absolutely.
And it continued for several months, right?
Yes,
And even several years.
yes,
Additional information was learned in 2019, 2020, 2021 even, right?
yeah, the investigation really never stops.
It never stops, right? So more information is learned. And in this case, we know that, so when you learn information, you meaning universal you of law enforcement, the detectives, the investigation team, you're obviously relaying that information to the prosecutors, right?
Most of the time,
Who are handling the case.
Yeah.
And then you know that they then relay the information to the defense, right?
that's the way I understand it works, yes.
It's the process of discovery, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're not calling me directly saying, hey, this is what we learned today, right? You're talking to them because you work in the same office, correct?
Correct.
And then it's not your job to tell me what's happening. You know that the state tells the defense, right?
Object to relevance.
I'll allow it, but not for long. Go ahead.
My only point, sir, is simply that as information is learned, you're learning it, they're learning it, and then we learn it, right?
I'm aware of the discovery process. You're correct. I don't discuss any facts or circumstances with you or information. Everything is done through the prosecutor, so yes.
Okay. And now, going back to '27 Tilton, if I could have the front table again. So we've seen this map, right? The only question I have left for you is, can you've reviewed the reports in this case, you've collaborated, right? Can you point us to any report that talks about anyone canvassing these specific houses, house by house, and what the results were, whether contact was made, whether that house had any surveillance cameras or anything along those lines?
As I sit here, I cannot point to any specific thing other than saying that I know a canvass was done of the entire area. I can't point to any particular report as I sit here now, but I know a canvass was done of the area.
When you say you know a canvas was done, are you talking about like, you know that it was done generally? You don't know the specifics of what houses were went to and what the results were, correct?
I don't know the detail of every single house that was gone to, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras showed anything or not. I don't have that information.
You don't have that
as I said.
information, but you also can't point us to anywhere where it would tell us, right?
As I sit here, no, I cannot.
Now, you said you did review the surveillance video, the relevant surveillance videos in this case, correct?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And so you've seen the surveillance videos of the Porsche Macan, right? Leaving the driveway, right?
Yes,
And turning, as we said, right onto Green Grove Road, right?
yes,
And then you've seen the surveillance videos where there's a car, you can't really tell exactly what kind of car it is. It's a car, 20 minutes later, arriving in the area of 15 Boulevard,
I'm gonna
correct?
object to the testimonial nature of that question. You can't tell what kind of car it was. It's facts that are in evidence that are being asserted.
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah,
The
please
video
do.
is not as clear perhaps as the 27 Tilton video, or the videos that were taken from the area of 27 Tilton, but there's a vehicle that arrives in the area of 15 Boulevard 20 minutes later, correct?
there is a vehicle that arrived. That video is not as clear, but as I detailed in my report, the taillights are consistent with that of a Porsche Macan.
Okay. And so we're talking about a 20-minute difference, right? Timeline wise?
20 minutes being from surveillance on Green Grove to surveillance on Willowbrook.
Right, because we know from the surveillance video that the vehicle is leaving the area of 27 Tilton at approximately 2:07 a.m., right?
Correct.
And then we know that there's a vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook or 44 Willowbrook is where we're getting surveillance for the video from at approximately 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but what we don't have is any surveillance videos that would follow the car from point A to point B, correct?
The only other video that we have is at 85 Willowbrook, down the street, but between that, we do not have video.
When you say 85 Willowbrook, you're talking it's right down the street from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Down the street, yes.
But we don't have any video in between, so we don't know, for example, the exact route that the car traveled, right?
The exact route, no.
We don't know if the car stopped anywhere, correct?
We did this already.
When I did the presumed route, or possible route, I should say, it was 20 minutes. Basically, it was 20 minutes between point A and point B in Tilton and Willowbrook. And that's the time from 2:07 to 2:27. So timing wise, it's consistent. with
You
the vehicle
personally
not
drove the
stopping.
route, is that what you're saying?
I did not personally drive the route.
Oh, okay, so what are you referencing when you say it's approximately 20 minutes?
As I detailed in my report, I went on Google Maps and did a route from 27 Tilton to 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, we know from real life experience, sometimes it could be faster, sometimes it can be slower, correct?
Yeah, it's approximately 20 minutes.
Right, so what we don't know is whether the car, for example, was speeding, right? And maybe got there, maybe it only took 17 minutes, but it stopped for 3 minutes. That's my point, is we don't know what exactly happened from point A to point B, correct?
No, it's an approximation.
Right, and we don't know if the vehicle stopped and someone got in the car or anything like that, or out of the car. We don't have that information.
Sustained.
So
We got this question in.
with respect to surveillance video at the area of 15 Willowbrook.
Now we're gonna waste time while she finds the document again. She's asking the prosecutor.
Oh, yeah, I think I can. Oh, yeah.
Now she's asking her co-counsel. Sooner or
I'm
later,
gonna
she's
show
gonna
what's
find it.
been published, it's D1-317. Okay, so the video that we have of the vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook, right? When the vehicle arrives at approximately 3:27 or so in the morning, it's driving from the
227.
227.
Oh, I'm sorry, 227, yes. From 227, from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen, correct?
Arriving from the right side of the screen to the left, yes,
It's going from right to left.
correct.
And is that east to west, or is that west to east?
East to west.
It's going east to west, okay. And when what you don't see is the vehicle pulling into the driveway, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so the vehicle goes past the driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the vehicle, we don't know where it goes after that, right?
There was no surveillance on the further west of the property. 44 Willowbrook is where the surveillance stopped.
Right, so like we don't know if the vehicle stopped on the side of the road here. We don't know if it pulled into this driveway. We don't know if it kept going. We just don't know.
Which we found out with
Based
the
on the
other officer.
review of the 867, I didn't see any lights up towards the driveway. Again, the video doesn't get clear, but I also didn't see any lights up towards that way. So, I don't,
Which video are you referring to?
867 Route 34.
Okay, yeah, let's look at 867.
She's getting to him more than any of the other law enforcement witnesses. Oh, now we're packing around again. This seems like deja vu. It's because she asked the other lead investigator
So this is a still frame of the 867 view, correct?
all these questions.
All right, and what are we looking at exactly? We're looking from the direction of the 867 structure toward Willowbrook, and that's the gate that you were referencing?
So that's the gate. So 15 Willowbrook would be more or less in the top, I'm looking at the screen, the top right. And that would be the driveway. I knew it's dark, but it would go more towards the northwest direction. So up and towards the left of the screen.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm just gonna hold this up. May I approach?
Of course.
Okay, so we're looking at this map here, right? And this is 867.
That's a barn that's on the property, but yes.
Where's 867? Is it
The actual
Here?
residence is down.
down
further.
more? Okay. And this here is the long driveway that comes down from Willowbrook Road, correct?
Correct.
So the view that we're seeing,
Up the driveway, basically.
okay, but we can't see this long driveway on that video, correct?
No.
Okay, and the angle is facing this way, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Up? Is the gate visible here, or is it down further?
The gate would be right about there.
Here,
Correct.
okay. And it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear that we can see too far past that gate, right?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell how far past that gate you can see.
Okay. Did you get a daytime view by any chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you only have the nighttime view.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna. actually. Before we unplug that, can we capture that?
This is not marked. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we just pulled up the video.
That's fine. So, all right, so we're gonna mark this. Mr. Murray, what's your next exhibit? Do you know?
So this is gonna be a photo exhibit?
Yeah.
This is gonna be B1-421.
All right. So just so that we're on the same page here, can you circle where the gate is? Okay. And do you know where specifically the camera was located on the property?
Can you bring that up a little bit? It's my understanding that it was,
Hold on, wait.
uh,
Circle that gate again. And then let me see if I can zoom out.
it was on the barn to the left that you barely see at the top there.
Okay. Can you just put like an X where you think the camera is approximately? Okay. And so if a vehicle pulled into this little side, this like right here in the beginning of that driveway, we can't see that on the video that we just saw, correct?
I don't know if you would be able to see it. If a vehicle pulled straight down, I don't know without seeing a car do that, whether or not I could see it.
Okay, you don't know whether, looking at that frame that we just saw, you'd be able to see a car like here at the entrance of this driveway?
No, without anything to reference, I wouldn't be able to say you could or couldn't see it. You,
Okay, and you never got a daytime view to see what exactly you could see?
no, ma'am.
All right, so that is 317.5. Lieutenant, do you mind just undoing that? Thank you, sir.
By the way, if you keep going left, I think you testified this about this on direct, but maybe like a little bit further down, there's, you could make a left onto 34?
Left or right, but yes.
Left or right? Okay. But if you made a left, you'd be going back toward Ocean Township.
I don't know if I would say that.
Didn't you get surveillance video from a BP gas station?
Yes,
Okay. And the purpose of getting the surveillance video from the BP gas station was to see if you could see the McCann, right, the Porsche McCann, driving past it on, I think, Route 34 to see which route the McCann took, correct?
well, we pull video to see if there's anything of relevance, first of all. But second of all, that would have been once we pulled it, that would have been one of the things we were looking to ascertain was if we could see the vehicle.
Okay. And you didn't see the McCann on the BP gas station video, correct?
The video was not of clarity that I would be able to tell any video, but I did not see anything that I felt was consistent with it, no.
Okay. There was nothing, in your opinion, of evidentiary value, correct?
On that camera, no.
But there were cars driving past the gas station during this relevant time frame, right?
There was.
Okay. And those cars were not of interest to you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Those cars were not of interest to you because they didn't appear to look like the McCann? Or is there some other reason why those cars were not of interest to you?
I did not see any car that resembled the Porsche Macan.
And like you said, in the videos we do have of 867, we don't suddenly see like headlights or anything like that, right?
I did not see anything on that video when I reviewed it.
When you reviewed it, right? So if you don't see headlights and the car's driving, would you agree that that would either mean you can't see it on the video or the car had to stop before that?
Objection, it's speculation.
It is. Because there's more ways than just those two.
Are there other ways that, what other ways are there?
Ways for what, ma'am?
I'm not sure.
Come on up. I'll tell you exactly what I meant.
Are they going back up to the bench so he can tell her stop again? Tell you exactly what I meant. Okay, so he's helping her, maybe. So we started at 1:40. It's now 10 after 2, and all she got out of him was what she got out of the detective last week, and that is that car that had was it the taillights that looked like a Porsche Macan, but which he cannot identify, went from Paul's house to Keith's house, leaving Paul's house at 2:20 or 2:07 or 2:17, arriving at Keith's house at 2:27. Those numbers are not necessarily entirely accurate because we don't know whether there was traffic or this driver stopped to have a picnic on the way. So we just don't know whether those numbers are accurate. We know that the car didn't turn into the driveway but drove past. We don't know how far past. We heard all that last week more than once. And now we're hearing it again from the lead investigator who didn't lead this part of the investigation. And now we get silence. I certainly hope that gossip, rumor, innuendo doesn't have to work today and that she's watching this. So she can inject some humor into her, because all I'm injecting is rancor. So he's got something in his mouth. Robin NM wants to know if the judge can tell her all of what I just said. Sure.
First of all, I apologize to juror number 5 because I know how much you hate that. I apologize. Number 2, the only thing that I ask, I realize it gets boring when we're at the sidebar, but everything's being picked up. So if you guys are too loud, then I don't know if they're picking up everything the way that they should be here. So I just ask if you don't mind. You can chat. I get it. Just if you guys can just keep it down for me a little bit, I'd really appreciate that. All right. With that being said, Ms. Mastalone, I'm going to allow you to rephrase your question.
Okay. Tell me if I'm wrong. Your investigation, right, pursuant to your investigation where there's video of this vehicle that you deem relevant, right, because it arrives in the area at a specific time and you Google mapped it. The investigative belief is that the vehicle is somewhere in this area at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think she's got my vote for the defense lawyer I have liked the least. And it's not because she's not doing a good job. I mean, she is pointing out the things that would help the defense. It's just buried in all this other stuff.
Moving on to 15 Willowbrook area. There was no 911 call ever placed that night from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
From 15, no.
Right. Like, in other words, there was no 911 call that originated from Keith's phone, correct?
No.
No 911 call that ever originated from Jennifer's phone?
No.
and neither of the children either, correct?
No.
But you've been to 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I have.
And you're familiar with the layout, right? Of the area?
Of the area, yes,
And of like the general area of the house?
yes,
And so we've seen photos, and perhaps you'd agree that the master bedroom has like a sliding glass door.
I don't remember the sliding glass door specifically, but I wouldn't argue with you.
Do you recall that there's like a balcony outside of the master bedroom on the second floor?
Actually, I don't without seeing the picture of it.
Do you recall whether the master bedroom is essentially right over the area of where Keith Caneiro's was found? Can I?
Where Keith's body was found in the yard?
Yes.
No.
I'm showing what's been already published as D1-283. Lieutenant, do you recognize this area that I'm pointing to? It's the the sliding glass door on the second floor as the master bedroom of the house?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Okay. And I misspoke. I meant, so there were shell casings found approximately in this area here?
No.
No.
The shell casings were found further up to you're essentially looking at the southwest corner of the house. The shell casings were found to the northwest.
Can you see in the photograph where the shell casings were found?
No.
You can't see it at all?
No.
Okay. Either way, there were no 911 calls placed that night, correct?
From this residence, no.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And Jennifer Caneiro, her phone was never found, correct?
Correct.
And so obviously the information from it was never extracted.
Correct.
And we know that there was a lot of sifting through debris in this case. There was removal of debris and more sifting, extensive searches, and the phone was never located, correct?
It was not.
Now, obviously, if we had the phone, right, if we were able to do an extraction, there's a lot of information that could have been learned, right?
From the phone.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, let's, please.
We know generally a phone extraction contains a lot of information about the phone, correct? Just generally.
It generally contains information.
Right.
I don't know.
We heard testimony, it can contain text messages and calls and internet searches and applications and when it's in use and things of that nature, right?
Potentially, if it's able to be extracted, yes.
Right, if there's a successful extraction, there's categories of information that could be learned, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And without the phone, you obviously can't do that, right?
No.
But what you can do is you can subpoena or get a warrant or something for phone records, correct?
We could, yes.
And phone records do not provide as much information as an extraction would, right?
Not even close.
Not even close, okay. But what it does tell us, right, is more basic information, like when calls are placed, when calls are received, when text messages are sent, and when text messages are received, correct?
It does, yes.
Like it doesn't give you, it might not give you the content, but it'll give you this basic timeline of information,
If
right?
they're using, if those messages are using self connection, yes, versus data connection.
Okay, And there's also applications that wouldn't register in a phone record, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using WhatsApp, right, that's not going to show up in your Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T phone records,
Now, how
correct?
does
Correct.
that help her?
So my only point is that phone records contain records of when a text message, normal text messages are sent and received, as well as phone calls, correct?
Yes,
But also, you can obtain cell site information, correct?
yes,
And what that means is that if the phone is being used or not necessarily actively used, but if it's receiving information, if there's data, like if a text message is received or a phone call is received, that can bounce off of a cell tower, correct?
if the phone is powered on and in proper working order, you can get cell tower information.
Okay, right. Let's agree that the phone would have to be on,
Yeah.
right? And if the phone is on, phone records can be helpful because they can tell us the general vicinity of where the phone is, correct?
It gives you cell tower information.
It doesn't tell you the exact location of the phone, right? But if a phone, it can tell you whether a phone is perhaps in a totally different town or a few towns over, correct?
If it's hitting off, whatever tower it's hitting off, it would tell you where that tower is, yes.
Right, like generally speaking.
Yes,
It's like there's like a circle or a U around the area, right? Something to that effect.
yes, so
Okay. And so in this case though, phone records for Jennifer Caneiro's phone were never obtained, correct?
they were not.
So we don't know whether the phone was on or off, right?
As I sit here, no,
And we don't know whether the phone traveled anywhere, correct?
I don't know.
And we also know that Jennifer Caneiro's phone was not found at Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
It was not.
And since we're on the topic of
what? What topic are we on?
applications of text messaging type applications that aren't your traditional text message, you did have the opportunity to review Keith Caneiro's cell phone extraction, correct?
I did.
And so, you know that Keith Caneiro had a variety of chat applications on his phone that were not traditional text messaging, correct?
I know he had WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger. That's only two that off the top of my head I recall.
Okay, and I can show you this if it'll refresh your recollection, but I can try asking you and maybe you'll remember. If not, I'll show it to you. Do you recall that he also had Snapchat?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you,
And snapshot is important. Why?
I'm gonna show you what's being marked as D1.
So he can confirm
27.
snapshot was on the
Sure.
phone.
Do you recognize this as a Celebrate extraction report?
I do.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you flip through it. Okay. So does that help refresh your recollection that on Keith Caneiro's Google phone, because he didn't have an iPhone, right?
He did not.
He had like the Google-based phone.
He had a Google phone, yes.
On his phone, he had Snapchat, which is listed as number 2 on the front page.
Well, I don't actually see anything that indicates, other than that it's a Google Android generic extraction report. I don't see anything specific to Keith Caneiro on this report.
So when you pull an extraction report, it doesn't always give you that information on the face page, does it? I can pull up the actual extraction if that'll help. Or do you want to accept that that's his phone?
I've always seen that front page, and then there's other content that, you can determine. I'm just telling you from what I see right here, there's nothing on here that specifically says this is Keith Caneiro's extraction report.
I understand it doesn't say that. I can pull up the actual extraction on my laptop for you to view, if that'll make you feel more comfortable. Or do you want to accept that this is from his phone?
I accept it, I'm just letting you know that I don't actually see anything.
Okay, but it does say Google Android phone at the top. Or
It does.
generic, right? And we know that he was the individual in this case that had the Google phone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he had Snapchat, right?
That is an application, yes.
And he had Instagram. That's number 4.
Yes,
And he had, looks like, Google Hangouts, right?
yes,
Google Plus.
yes.
We flip to the next page. The following page. He has Google Duo. That's
Yes.
it's number 11.
Yes,
Number 12 is, he has Signal,
yes,
and number 13 is WhatsApp.
yes,
And then it looks like number 14 is just it's just called Messenger,
yes,
and 16 is Google Hangouts.
yes.
Okay. So can we agree, and obviously you had the opportunity to look at Keith Caneiro's phone, correct?
I did.
But these are examples of messaging applications that would be, at least some of these would be encrypted, correct?
Some of them are, yes.
Like when you go on the extraction, you can't see the messages from WhatsApp, right?
No, I believe you can,
On Keith Caneiro's phone.
yes.
What about Signal? Can you see the messages from Signal?
I don't know, but I also don't remember seeing any messages on his phone with Signal either.
Okay. So if Detective Magliarese testified that we don't have that information, is he wrong, or are you certain that this information is on Keith's phone?
That there's WhatsApp information?
Like the actual content of these messages?
There was chats that I believe I saw on WhatsApp.
Okay. Can we agree that there are messaging applications on his phone that we don't have the content of those messages?
I can say that I don't recall seeing any Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
So if those applications were in use, right? If Signal or WhatsApp or Snapchat, for example, were in use during the relevant time frame, we wouldn't know what was said.
I don't know that for sure.
You don't know whether we would know what was said?
Objection, asked and answered.
Can you come on up, please?
that they're going sidebar all the time. No, she's not the lead. She's not the PD. The PD would be, I don't know whether I should know this. I think the PD in New Jersey is appointed. That's like the prosecutor here in New Jersey. It's appointed. In other states, an elected official, and the PD in other states is elected. But those are the heads of the office. They tend to be more administrative. They do fewer trials, if any. So she would be more like Georgia Kappelman in the Leon County DA's office. She's not the head person, but she's pretty high in the hierarchy within the PD's office. Georgia obviously is in the prosecutor's office. And Jack Campbell is the head of the prosecutor's office there. So there's somebody here that would be head of the PD's office. So she's not simply Scott's mom, the lead Scott's mom, the lead in the case. I think, now I'm going to say this, but if someone knows better, correct me. I think she is not simply one of a number of public defenders in the office. I think she is more senior than that. But I don't know where I got that information, so I certainly can't confirm it. Well, RV Ready 369, she's doing a good job in that, from what I can tell and what I know about the evidence in the case, she is highlighting the what you could call the places where the investigators didn't do something, which is what defense lawyers do almost always. And she has picked up a couple of things where you could sort of weave an argument. So on the, I've said this before, on the substance, I think she's doing okay. It's how long it takes her to get to it that's really unnerving and annoying. And yet can't even say, when she's constantly having to rephrase questions, we can't know whether she's doing it deliberately to get in information that she's not entitled to get in that way. And once the jury hears it, they can't unhear it. Or whether she really doesn't know she's doing it until she's called on it and then fixes it. I mean, that question last week about, or maybe it was earlier this week, the days merge. Did you know that of the employee, it was this week, the employee of the computer company that Paul had 90% share in, and that Keith had a 90% share in Paul, where
I'll give you more.
The question was, did you know that Corey was living in Keith's basement? Totally, not a question. There was no basis for that we know of, but she got the question in. The question isn't evidence unless somebody says, yes, we knew, or yes, he was there, who's on the stand. So you can't tell whether she's doing it because she's getting in little nuggets of things that help the defense, or that she's just not adept enough to get the question framed the correct way the first time or the second time. So, I mean, she is able to rephrase once she's called on it, or most of the time is able to rephrase. She hasn't been able to do it all the time. But there again, even the rephrasing where she doesn't get it right the second time may still simply be an effort to get in some little nugget of what she considers to be information that otherwise is not going to get there. But when she does things like running through the questions that she asked of the lead investigator, who actually was the one on the scene at Keith's house that night, who talked about what they did with the surveying the area for cameras, and talked about, and gave information firsthand in terms of the lead investigator. And now she's asking this investigator, who can only talk about what he knows that is always done or knows from the paperwork that he's seen, because the two lead investigators were sharing information. And I don't know why she's doing it. She's not going to get different information from him. If she wants the jury to hear it again, so be it. But I don't think they need to hear it again. And she can just use it in closing. So, yes, and I agree. Robin M., we have another break. I do not understand this. And if it's coming because of things that the defense needs or the prosecutor needs, or things that they have to talk to each other about, or things they have to raise with the judge, then without knowing more, so this is a little unfair. I think this is to some extent a lack of preparation. Some of this should have been done ahead of the trial. You shouldn't have to be raising all these things during the trial. There can't have been so many new things that have arisen since the trial started. No wonder they estimated the amount of time this was going to take. But I do think that I have now put her at the top of my list, which is not a good list to be at the top of defense lawyers who may be doing a good job with regard to the evidence that they need, but who are not doing a good job in terms of how they did it. I mean, I didn't think Daniel Roshbaum was very good at it, and I certainly thought that Jackie Fulford in particular, but both Donna Adelson's defense lawyers didn't seem to be particularly adept at it, but she's got all three of them beat. And I'm just talking about recent trials I have seen. Now, for those of you who have looked at the Brian Banfield trial at all, or watched it at night, his defense lawyer has a really nice style and knows what, at least from what I've seen of that trial, knows the evidence he needs and gets it in. My criticism of him is he apparently cannot get it straight that he needs to identify the exhibit he's talking about. He had a run the other day where it might have been 7 or 8 in a row, and he gives the witness another exhibit, and the judge would say, "Is that exhibit such and such?" And he just, and then at one point in there, he remembered to ask, but the very next exhibit he forgot again. But other than that, his style, I think, is very nice. Now, is the judge waiting for the jury, or is the judge waiting for the lawyers? It's interesting to see the judge out there waiting, because usually when the judge is there, things happen. Yeah, Jeremiah is calling it the trial that never ends. I've been thinking about, the song about the MTA. He gets on the subway or whatever they call it in Boston, and he can never get out. Yeah. The one that goes, "Will he ever return?" Oh, TX18Y thinks the judge is not feeling good today, and that's why all the pauses. That's a very kind observation, TX18Y. Can the judge sanction defense for wasting time and judicial resources with a repetitive but objectionable questioning? Well, in the first place, the prosecutor's not objecting. So if no one is objecting, she can keep going. And no, this is not the kind of thing that a judge would sanction a lawyer for doing. The only thing that he might have sanctioned about, and he didn't, and there wasn't enough to trigger it anyway,
Make sure I didn't forget.
was when the objection was sustained,
Ready
to
to
go right
continue?
back out and
Ms.
ask the same
Messalone, when you're ready.
question.
Lieutenant, you do recall that cell phone extractions sometimes take a little while to load, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so while Keith's is loading, I'm gonna ask you about Katie Caneiro's cell phone extraction. Okay? So Katie is Mr. Caneiro's daughter, correct?
Yes.
And the morning of November 20th, 2018, right? You weren't at 27 Tilton, correct?
I was not.
But you were made aware who was there, right? As far as Mr. Paul Caneiro and his family.
Yes.
Okay. And in Katie's cell phone extraction, which you said you reviewed the relevant time frames of like November 20th, right?
I reviewed a portion of her phone, yes.
Okay. So in her call log for the morning of November 20th, 2018, between the hours of 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., so we're talking about a little more than a 3-hour time frame. Katie Caneiro placed 21 phone calls to either Keith or Jennifer Caneiro, correct?
I don't know that for sure. I would have to look at the extraction to say for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as D128. And do you recognize that document as an extraction report?
Yes.
And in this report, if you want to read through it, it has, you can see the context of who's being called and who's calling, correct?
To and from, yes.
Right, so for example, you can see calls to Aunt Jen, and you can see calls to Uncle Keith's home, right? You can see those calls being placed.
Christine, you have a
Yes.
question. How long did Corey
And
live?
would you accept my representation that there's 21 total calls? Or do you want to count them?
Again, there's no details because it just says outgoing or missed. It doesn't have the actual other side of it. So it says who it's going to. So once again, you're saying that this is Paul's daughter's phone, but
Right, so are you
There's nothing-
disagreeing that it's Paul's daughter's phone? How about this? Do you see an entry? It's number 8 on the first page,
okay,
and it says the call is from Dad,
yes,
okay? And the phone number is Paul Caneiro's phone number, right?
yes,
Okay. So if you did phone extractions for Paul's daughters, and in this extraction log, there's a call from Dad, and it's Paul Caneiro, does that help you recall that this is a phone extraction from one of his daughters?
Started out saying it was one of the
The other
daughters.
alternative is I could pull up her phone extraction as well. So do you want to accept that this is Katie Caneiro's phone extraction?
we'll trust that it is.
Okay. And will you also accept my representation that between 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., there was a total of 21 calls placed to either Keith Caneiro or Jennifer Caneiro?
Without counting them, I would trust that what you're saying is accurate.
So That's 21 calls within a little more than a 3-hour time period, correct?
Well, we don't know whether they were actually calls that connected, as I understand him. Just that she tried, if I understand him. If somebody heard him differently, please say something in the chat.
Now, we know that there were text messages sent from Keith's phone between 3:14 a.m. and 3:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
And those messages were sent to Paul.
yes,
And those are regular text messages, so we have them, we know they exist, right?
yes,
And you've seen them.
yes,
And one of those text messages indicates that, it's in evidence, we've seen them, that Keith is telling Paul, my power is out, and I'm gonna go check the generator, correct?
yes,
Okay. And we also know that Keith is found outside on his lawn, right?
yes,
And we know that there were gunshots at approximately 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I believe in this report said they were around 3:26, but yes,
Okay, we'll get to that. Approximately 3:30 in the morning, maybe including 3:26. There's gunshots, right?
yes,
So the belief is that Mr. Keith Caneiro was shot at approximately that time, right? On the front lawn.
yes,
And so there's text messages coming from his phone at around between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m. And then we hear the gunshots at approximately 3:30-ish, right? And he's also in the clothes that he's found in, he's fully dressed, correct?
yes,
Right, he's wearing like a windbreaker, right?
yes,
Jacket and a hoodie. His head has a hood up,
yes,
and he had keys and a wallet,
yes,
and he's wearing pants,
yes,
sneakers. And we also know that Paul's phone was plugged in at his house during this time frame, correct?
yes,
And we know that not just because of the extraction that was performed by Detective McAreese, but you were personally in contact with Detective Hauger from the FBI, correct?
yes,
And they confirmed that the phone never left Paul Caneiro's house that night.
Special Agent Hager said that his phone was connected to a femtocell, basically a personal cell site, from 3:07 in the afternoon till 4:57 in the morning.
And what that means is sometimes when a person has bad cell phone service, the carrier provides them with like their own little self-service.
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's what Detective Hauger explained. And one of the things that was found in this case, in the backpack of the Cayenne, right, was what's called a FLIR, correct?
Yes.
You testified about it at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with it.
I know what it is. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm familiar with it, but
If you know what it is, you're familiar with what it is, right?
I've never used it, is my point.
Okay. But you know what it is.
Here we go.
So
She wants him
you
to say what she
know
wants
that
him to
it
say.
is, the FLIR it's like an external application where you plug it into your phone and then you can see like thermal imaging, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
The prosecutor can object to this. Because that's her saying what it is.
I believe it's already been published as D1.
And he's not entirely confident that that's what it is. And he's the one that has to give the evidence, not she.
You've seen this before, correct?
I don't believe I have, no.
Oh, okay. So you haven't seen all of the evidence in this case? You haven't seen the items that were seized from Mr. Caneiro's?
No, as I testified earlier, I've seen some of the evidence in this case, but not every individual piece. I'm aware that this was located, but I don't believe I ever physically saw it.
And you're aware that this piece that sticks out here is what plugs into the phone?
It would make sense to me, yes.
Okay, so can we agree you need a phone to use it?
I would agree, yeah. But I also don't know if it would be any phone either. I don't know if you need to have cell service to it or anything along those lines.
You need a phone.
I would say a device, yes. I don't know if it connects to an iPad, AirPod, any of those things, or an old phone or anything like that. I guess my point is I don't know if you actually need a working cellular phone in order to use that device.
Okay, you need something.
You need something.
Well, we've made a lot of progress.
It's
You
not
need
something that
something.
you attach to a gun, for example, is my point.
No.
Or that you can, it's not like goggles, like it's not like you're wearing them on your head and you can see.
Look like you could do that.
Now she's getting almost
You
offensive.
testified on direct about, the Nest cameras, right?
Yes,
Okay, so you subpoenaed, was it a subpoena or a warrant?
that was a search warrant.
A search warrant, okay. You got a warrant for, the various Nest cameras at Keith Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes,
And you got, a response from them,
yes,
and they provided cameras for the inside of the house. They provided videos for the inside of the house, but not the one from outside.
they provided the response to our search warrant, and that's what they provided, was clips from inside the house.
Right, they did not provide any clips from outside the house.
They did not.
Okay. Did you ever follow up with them to ascertain if it was something that was missed or overlooked, or see if you could get the clips from outside the house?
Their response was that they sent us what they had pursuant to our search warrant.
Okay. That was their initial response, right?
As far as I know, that was the only response.
Okay, because there was no follow-up after that, right?
No, they sent us what they had.
Okay, and you accepted it?
Yes.
Am I right that the outside cameras were not Nest cameras? Now I'm getting really confused between the two houses and the cameras.
So I'm gonna publish and marked as D1-422.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
This is a notification from Nest to Keith Caneiro, kcaneiro@gmail.com, where it indicates that his side door camera is offline and it was disconnected at 2:52 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we do know that the camera was working, right?
Yes.
So people agreed with me that the Nest were the inside camera, so they never asked for the outside cameras. If she wanted to go after that, she could have done a better job with that. but I also don't know
Now,
why.
in all of the surveillance video that you've reviewed outside of 27 Tilton itself, right? So you reviewed video from the area of 27 Tilton from a couple of neighbors' houses, right? I think it was 19 Oxford was one of them.
I looked at 19 Oxford, yes, and Green Grove. I believe there's one more.
And then there's video from 15 Willowbrook, from 44 Willowbrook.
4485, yes.
44 and 85. And then there's also the Wise video that we saw today from Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
Now, in none of those videos can you actually see let's start with the area of 27 Tilton, right? We have videos of the car leaving the area, right?
Yes.
But you can't see who's driving the car. You can't see who's in the car, right?
No.
And you can't see people around Mr. Caneiro's house getting into the car or anyone getting into the car. You can't see it. It's
No.
too dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the videos that we have near the area of 15 Willowbrook, once again, quality's not great. You can't see who's driving that car, right? And we saw the video today. You can see it's a person, right? You can see it's a figure. But it's through the frosted garage door, right?
Correct.
We heard in the jail calls so the first call that we heard was from December 5th, correct?
I believe that was the date.
And that's approximately 1 week after Mr. Caneiro was charged in this case with the murders of his family and the arsons, correct?
Approximately, yes, 6 days.
Okay, so he's calling the office, right, in Asbury Park, and he's speaking to the office manager, Tiffany Rivera.
Yes.
And just one moment. We heard in, I believe it was that call, that Corey was he was getting involved with the businesses, right?
He was helping run the business at that time, yes.
Okay. Corey wasn't an owner of the businesses, right?
As far as I know, no.
As far as you know, because you investigated the case, the businesses were owned by Paul and by Keith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, from the call, we know that Corey is now at the business with Tiffany Rivera, and he's orchestrating things related to the business.
Yes.
And we also know that in one of these calls, he's speaking to his wife, Susan, right?
Yes.
And there's a point in the call where he says they're having a conversation and he says he only has an hour, right?
Yes.
doesn't she put tabs on those
She-
pages?
And during the course of the conversation, she says, you have to shower during your free hour. And Paul says, yeah, do everything on my free hour, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so these phone calls that he's making, it's during his hour, right?
at least that particular one.
Okay. And he's talking to his wife, right? And yes.
Yes.
And he's checking in with Tiffany Rivera at the business, right?
Yes.
And he's trying to gauge what's happening, right, with the business.
Yes.
When it comes to Corey Caneiro, you were aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust, right?
Sorry, say that one more time.
With respect to Corey Caneiro, you're aware through your investigation that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust.
I'm aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust at some point. I don't know when he learned of the trust.
At some point prior to November 20th.
I don't know what his knowledge of that trust was.
So I'm not asking you what his knowledge was. I'm just asking you, to confirm that you were aware through your investigation prior to November 20th that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust, that he had just had knowledge of it.
That's safe to say, yes. He was on emails that were forwarded that referenced the trust, so I believe he had some knowledge of the trust.
Right. So in other words, what you're referencing, we heard testimony about this. Keith Caneiro there's messages between Keith and Paul, and Keith forwards about the trust, and Keith forwards them to Corey, correct?
Yes,
You also saw the WISE videos in this case,
I did.
and you know, based on your review, that after Keith speaks to Paul that night, he then calls Corey and relays to him some substance of the conversation with respect to Paul and the trust, right?
Yes,
Okay. And with respect to Corey, you never did an extraction of his cell phone, correct?
I did not.
And there was no search of his computers or electronic devices or anything like that?
There was not.
There was no review of his finances?
There was not.
However, you were aware during the course of your investigation that with respect to the trust, right, that Corey was a beneficiary, right?
At some point, I learned that both him and Paul were beneficiaries of the trust.
Well, when you say at some point, you testified about it at the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
And that was in February of 2019, correct?
yes,
Few months after this is happening, within the first few months of your investigation,
yes.
you knew this information.
Certainly by February, I can't remember exactly when I learned of the trust.
My question wasn't exactly when, sir. My question was simply, at some point, let's say within the first few months of your investigation, because you testified about it under oath in February, you knew that Corey was a 50% beneficiary, correct?
Yes,
And we're talking by February of 2019, right?
yes,
Okay. And despite that, and when we say a beneficiary, we're talking about the life insurance policy worth $3 million, correct?
it's my understanding that's what it was, yes.
And despite that, there was no further investigation to follow that money, correct?
No, there was not.
Okay. And you also did have information in the course of your investigation that Corey was experiencing financial distress, correct?
I do not know what Corey's financial situation was before, and I don't know what it is now.
Did you, when you say you don't know, you are aware that there was a phone extraction done of Elisa Caneiro, correct?
Objection. This was asked and answered.
Come on up.
Back up they go. Good Lord. So here's where they're starting more to point at Corey. He knows of course, this guy says he just knows there's a trust. I don't know how much he got of that. He didn't know what Corey knew. He didn't know when he knew what Corey knew. But at least we know that Corey knew something. There was a trust. That's not enough. They better find somebody who can say he knew that he was a beneficiary. Otherwise, this is going nowhere. And I'm seeing questions. That's what I was starting to do before about was Corey. I'm not going to go back in the chat, so I apologize to the person who asked it. Did Corey live in the basement when he was in college or later? And I want to reiterate to everyone that there is no evidence yet that Corey lived in Keith's basement. All we know is the defense lawyer asked a question. What the defense lawyer says or asks is not evidence. The witness on the stand when that question was asked said no. So there is no evidence in the record whatsoever that Corey ever lived in Keith's basement. Now, did he? I don't know. Maybe they'll show that he did. But right now, there's nothing in the record that says it. You have to remember that the only evidence is what somebody on the witness stand says or some exhibit that's admitted. What the lawyers say is not evidence. I did a video on this to try to emphasize this using the cross-examination of Wendy Adelson by Catherine Magbanowa's defense lawyer. It is not evidence unless it comes out of the mouth of the witness or it's an exhibit that's been introduced. Now, the witness can nod the head, but it has to be from the witness. It cannot be from the lawyer. And there was another question like that in here, also taking what the defense lawyer said as though, the way I read it, as though it was now evidence. It is not. Her question just now, did you know you knew that Corey knew about the trust? If he had said no, then there's no evidence in the record that Corey knew about the trust. Because it doesn't matter what she's saying, it matters what the witness says in response. And it's tricky because it's so hard to keep it in mind. And once the jury hears the question, that's the issue with this. The jury then has to keep in mind that it was only a question, and that's not always easy. That's why I said before that I couldn't tell, at least in part, whether some of the questions that she's asking that are not framed correctly are tactical in order to get information to the jury that's not in the record, or whether they're simply questions that she has not phrased well enough and she can go back and do it when she has to. And I don't know which it is here. And Jill Turga said Corey's going to have to testify to clear himself, in her opinion. I don't see why he has to do anything at all. He hasn't been accused of anything. There's no evidence that he did anything. I mean, lots of people might have known that he was a contingent beneficiary on the trust. So what?
Sir, did you review Elisa Caneiro's phone extraction?
A portion of it.
Okay, when you say a portion of it, are you talking about a specific time frame? Are you talking about a specific application? And I don't want you to tell me what you read. I don't want, that's hearsay. I just want to know generally what you looked at. Was it an application when you say a portion? Was it a time frame?
Specifically, it was the day of the 19th and the 20th.
19th into the 20th. Okay. So when you say the 19th into the 20th, you're talking about you review text messages?
Typically, I would do the timeline, because there's a feature in Cellbrite that allows you to go to a specific timeline.
So everything.
It brings up everything in for that day. Basically, if you jump from a text message to a web search to a phone call, whatever, it's literally the timeline of what your phone's doing. That's usually what I do in a situation like this, and that's what I did here. I just went to the timeline and scrolled through the timeline to see what was occurring that day.
Okay, so let's back up. So we talked about how in a cell phone extraction, there's a lot of information that can be learned, right?
Yes.
Because there's text messages between that person who owns the phone and as many people as they're talking to for as long as they've had that, the data is kept in the phone, correct?
Yes,
I mean, cell phone extractions can be years worth of information, right?
sure.
They can, just as an example, if you extracted a phone in 2026, you might get information dating back to 2015, like 10 years ago.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of data in the phone. There's a lot of messages. There can be a lot of phone calls, right?
Yes,
And in a cell phone extraction, unlike cell phone records, you can view the content of the text messages, right? You can see what is said.
yes,
And you also can see photographs, right?
you can.
You can see videos, right?
You can.
Sometimes people have, like, they have documents kept in their phone, correct?
Yes,
Some people do, right?
sure, yes.
And there's like a notes application, right? You can see a variety of applications in the person's phone that they may or may not be using.
Yes,
You can even see location data, for example, right?
you can.
There's a lot of information to be learned.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
and you're telling us that in this case, the only 2 days that you looked at in the entirety of Elisa Caneiro's phone was on the 19th and the 20th of November of 2018, those 2 days only.
My scrolling through her phone, that was what I focused on because that was the relevant portion to this investigation.
Okay, you decided that was the relevant portion to
He's
this
the lead
investigation, correct?
investigator.
And do you know let me just phrase it this way. Because you did not look past November 19th and 20th of 2018, you don't know what's in the rest of that phone.
I did not go through the phone in its entirety.
And you also, so in addition to not extracting Corey Caneiro's phone, not searching his devices or reviewing his finances, there was no search of his home, correct?
No, definitely not.
No search of his vehicles, correct?
No,
And
You need probable cause.
We talked about this earlier, there's no recorded interview of Corey Caneiro as far as a video or audio or anything like that, right?
no. The initial interview that I did was in Bethlehem PD, and that was just an interview, not recorded. And then the second was memorialized, though, on a type statement.
And you never, obviously, I think you never obtained his DNA, correct?
No.
When you interviewed him, you never asked him any questions about the trust at all.
Not as far as anything other than forwarding me the emails. That was the only discussion of the trust.
Right. And
Again, at that point, I didn't even know about a trust.
okay. What you're telling us is Corey Caneiro forwarded you some emails related to Keith and Paul and the trust, correct?
At my request, yes,
Okay, at your request.
yes.
And when you say at your request, but you learned of them, right? Before you requested them.
During the course of my interview with Corey in Bethlehem Police Department,
I don't want you to tell us what was said, because
no,
that's hearsay. The question is simply, obviously, you can only request of something that you learn of, right?
that's what I was going to say. During the interview, I learned of these emails, requested, he forwarded them to me, and he did right away.
Okay. And you learned about them from Corey, obviously, because you're talking to him.
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, there were no additional, that was not a topic of conversation with Corey Caneiro. You didn't ask him anything else about the trust.
No, those emails and
It's just a yes or no. There was no other conversation about that, right?
Judge, I would object. He's asked the question, he's trying to explain.
Yeah. I think we should give the witness the opportunity to answer. I didn't think it was a yes or no, but if you frame the question with a yes or no at the end and he doesn't answer it that way, I agree with you, Ms. Mastalone, in the future.
Sir, the question is simply, other than those emails, there was no other further questioning to Corey Caneiro about the trust, about his knowledge of the trust, or anything related to the trust.
at that point, no.
See, she can reframe and do it very well. She's done that over and over again.
And you were at 15 Willowbrook earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
At Keith's house. And you got there at approximately, what, 1:30 you said?
145?
1:45. You never saw Corey there that day, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, he was not there.
To my knowledge, no.
So in this case, we know that there's two different weapons used, correct?
Yes,
There's a firearm and then there's a knife, right?
correct.
Obviously not the same. And we also know that there's there's information about two people outside of Mr. Paul Caneiro's house at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
So that information you're talking about from Ms. Cap,
And Jonathan Harrington.
I'm aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that did you look at the jeans in this case that were found in the basement?
I saw them initially, and then I saw them once again when they came back from the lab.
Okay. And were you aware, or was it ever your impression that there was actually two pairs of jeans?
No.
And we also know that it's suspected that the McCann was used, right? That vehicle.
Yes,
I mean, we have the videos, right?
yes.
There's no blood in that car, right?
There was no blood found, but the canine did hit in the back of the car.
Well, but you didn't visually observe any blood, right?
I did not know.
And you didn't perform any confirmatory testing to see if there was any blood.
I wouldn't do that anyway, but no,
When you say you wouldn't do it,
that would be our forensics that would do that.
okay. But when you're collaborating and you're talking and you're coordinating with all of the different investigators in the investigation team, did it ever dawn on you that, perhaps that's something you'd want to know? Because can we agree that canines are often right, but not 100% of the time?
Objection.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
rephrase it. Canines are a locating tool, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so oftentimes you do confirmatory testing with a lab, right? You do DNA, trace evidence, things of that nature.
I don't do any of that, but forensics and the lab do test things, yes.
Okay, right. When I say you, I mean universal you. So law enforcement, investigators, generally, that's something that they would normally do, right?
Test evidence? Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you ever at any point say to the forensic guys, to Vote, to Catalona, to your supervisors, to any of the investigators on the team, hey, we haven't observed blood in this car. We don't see anything. We tried with a light. We tried with the blue star. can we test it for DNA?
Judge, objection, they said they did test it.
Was my recollection that they actually did test it, but it came back as nothing. But it's the jury's recollection that controls as it relates to that issue. If you know, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Lieutenant, go ahead.
can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, sure.
She thinks she knows, so now we're back up there. He's giving her more than she's entitled to because he can simply say, even that question about this is they do things like this. He could easily have said, yes, but which items they test and why is not part of my job responsibility. I can't answer that because she's on closing is going to be able to say that he said that more generally than I think his knowledge base should have led him to say that.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant, I'm gonna clarify my question. The canine hit on the back of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the inside of the car. That's what I meant. So the inside of the car, right? There was no blood.
Not that I'm aware of.
And when I say there's no blood, I mean, it wasn't visually observed, right?
Correct.
It was processed with various forensic tools like USAR and light technology.
I don't know specifically what they did, but that would make sense.
And it was never tested. It was never like swabbed and tested for DNA or anything like that, right?
I don't know what they did as far as testing. I wouldn't be able to sit here and say specifically what they did or didn't do.
And the light and the back area, the license plate that was tested was negative.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So even though the canine hit, it was still negative.
The canine hit in the back part of the car. I wouldn't be able to testify what the canine hit on or didn't hit on. If it was residual odor, if it was something specific, I don't know.
Okay. My only
I
point
wasn't
is
there and I'm not the canine handler. So.
There you go. That's
no,
the way you
you're
should
just the
be
lead
answering.
investigator. And my only point is there was no blood in the car, right?
As far as I know, no.
And when you say that you reviewed the evidence in this case, some of it, did you ever, you said you looked at the pants,
Yes,
the pair of pants that was sent to the lab and they,
the jeans.
right, that pair of jeans with the blood on them, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that they were able to determine the size of the pants?
I am.
Okay. And Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
Again? Oh, my Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just a piece of evidence that I want to look at before you get a chance to look at it. So let's do our mid-afternoon break right now. I apologize, we're running a little bit late on that. I'm hoping to keep you right on the tight window, but it'll be somewhere around 3:45, maybe a little bit before.
Christine, do you think it would be helpful?
Thank you all.
for an
Please don't
overall
discuss this case
trial
or do any
to get better
research.
Training in testifying and being a prosecution witness. There, it depends on you can't, you mean the police, the law enforcement, excuse me, law enforcement, they do get some training in it. At least some offices do. And certainly they get instruction by the prosecutor about how to answer. But some witnesses are better able to do it than others. You have to have a little discipline to just stay in the lane and answer and not, some try to help. Some just think that, if they give a little more information, it's maybe better. Some get antagonistic when they know better. So some witnesses are just better able to control it than others. But I think they all get some level of training. And actually, every single one of them, except for this witness that the state has called, I thought has been exceptional at it. Just really exceptional. Has there been any third-party guilt testimony? I thought it was going to come in this week. I don't know we haven't heard any testimony, but you're hearing them do third-party guilt through these witnesses by suggesting that Corey knew of the trust. And I assume they're going to try to find a witness who can say he knew that he was a contingent beneficiary and that they hadn't done any search of his phone. They didn't do those other things. I hope the prosecutor comes back and says, you just can't willy-nilly go after people. You have to have probable cause to do a search. And of course, then she'll get back up again and say you could get consent, you could have done more investigation, and then you might have had probable cause, and did you do the investigation? So maybe we shouldn't go down that road. How effective do I think it is to tie the two weapons to the two figures seen at Paul's house by the neighbors? I don't know. I still don't know anything about those, whether we're going to hear anything more about those two people who were seen at Paul's house by the neighbors and who could they be. In any event, they saw two of them, and I'm not sure how much that helps Paul, because one could say, all that proves that Paul and Corey were in it together. They were both contingent beneficiaries. They both, if true that Corey was in financial trouble too, then they both would be helped, at least financially, by the deaths of Keith and his family. I think I'm just getting jaded, at these people and what they do. I really do think I'm just becoming a jaded person. Any questions? I'll look and see. We're trying to get a time nailed down for tonight, and so I'm trying to do that at the same time. Okay, let's see if there are any questions here. Oh, there's a question on the screen. What do I think the goals of this defense attorney were? So confused. She's trying to point the finger at, she's trying to do two things. She's trying to start pointing the finger at the brother, at Corey. And she's also trying to poke holes in the investigation to show they didn't do a sufficiently good job. Had they done a better job, they would have found maybe that Corey was responsible, or at least the failure to do these other things creates a reasonable doubt as to Paul's culpability. Those are the two things I think she's trying to do. And with regard to the, poking the little holes, she's doing about as good as she can do. This investigation, I think, was done very, very well. With regard to focusing on Corey, she's starting to try to make an inroad, and I don't know what evidence she's going to have, but she's at least trying, and probably, from what I can tell, doing about as well as she can. The issue is she's doing all kinds of other things that don't relate to either of those. I mean, for example, there was no reason that I can think of to go through the list of every investigator who had worked on this case, in order then to talk about the fact that they didn't, from her point of view, they didn't go investigate every camera around where Keith lives. I don't see where that gets her. And she does that over and over and over again. So we spend a lot of time on getting information or repeat information, because the information about the camera she got through the lead investigator who actually was doing Keith's house. And he said the same thing about the cameras that this one did. And he also said, as I recall, one of the cameras didn't have a sight view. So I just don't know. It seems to me one thing she does that a good litigator does not do is she doesn't stop on cross. She tries to get the answer she wants. She gets in a tug of war, and then she gets information that's not helpful. She can do all this in closing. She does not need to get the answer from the witness or the particular answer. She needs to raise the issue, and then she can make the argument. I mean, imagine if she had said about the cameras and things, so the investigation was inadequate, wasn't it? And of course, the person on the stand is going to say no and give all kinds of reasons why not. That's an outside example of what I'm talking about. She does all that. She wants to say the investigation is inadequate. She waits and does it on closing. She'll list all the things that weren't done, and then she makes the argument. And in little or smaller ways than that, that's what she keeps doing. Okay, could one of the people have been Keith himself when he went outside to check on the power? Well, but the people were over at Paul's house. He went out to check on the power and drove 20 minutes over to Paul's house. That really, I mean, Christine, unless your question means something else, you're doing what I'm tending to do, which is start forgetting whose house they are at any given time. I did that yesterday when I lost track of the fact that the blue jeans were at Paul's house, not Keith's. And initially, I didn't even correct myself when I realized it, because I thought it doesn't matter. But it does matter if indeed there's blood on the jeans, and we're going to have somebody testify that the blood was Sophia's. So, and maybe it could be a defense tactic. Let me finish up what I was doing. For her to think she could get everybody so confused about what house we're talking about and what they didn't do, that somebody on the jury says, I've just had it. I'm not going to vote to convict. I'm not going to vote. I'm just not going to do anything. And you get a hung jury. Well, we don't seem to be doing anything here right now. Does anybody know how to find a phone number from a text on an iPhone? Clearly, my phone has the phone number because I got the text and I responded, but I don't know how to find the phone number. Maybe it's not possible to do it, but you would think there should be a way, wouldn't you? Oh, well. And this is a long conversation again. But this defense lawyer, I was pretty sure that I might have a problem with her. And maybe I started out biased because I saw one of the motion hearings way before the trial. Well, no, it wasn't way before the trial. It was at the jury selection. And she wanted to take the potential jurors individually. And she said to the judge, I know that, this is unusual, but I have good reasons for it. And I have suggested it in every one of my trials, and every single time, I'm exaggerating a little, but I don't think I am much. Every single time the judge was reluctant, but then after he heard my arguments, he agreed. And I thought, now this is a level of, that's not the way I would talk to a judge. And if she wanted to say that, she could have rephrased it in a way that would have been much more palatable to a judge. And when she got from this judge was, well, I've done a lot of trials too, and I don't do it that way. And I like my way as much as you like yours, and I'm the judge, essentially. I'm paraphrasing a little. But I thought from that I might find that she was a little hard to take. So. Are there other questions as I'm sitting here? I'm being silent because it seems to me all I've done is talk, because all we have had is all these sidebars, and she's trying again. I know what's happening. I'm not listening to that sidebar, but I know what's going on. She's up there not willing to take the answer and trying over and over again. Yeah, I just responded to you, Jeremiah. That doesn't work. I hit the name at the top and it took me to my contact of this person, and I don't have the phone number. So my contact didn't help. So I know I have it. I just can't, can't use it. Could I please explain? That's a long subject. Probable cause takes up maybe a fifth of a criminal procedure casebook. Easily. So I can't do it in short, in a little short space. I actually thought about doing a whole video on probable cause, but I thought it would have to be people who are really, really deep into this stuff who would watch it. And I am told that your algorithm has to have some viewers That's why I think I said that if it's a co-stream, if you're on wherever you're viewing, that's the person whose algorithm is helped, even though it's a co-stream. But probable cause is a quantum of certainty as to the result. So I think you have committed a crime. Probable cause is how certain do I have to be that you've committed the crime before I can arrest you. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is how certain do I have to be before I convict you. So they're all levels of certainty that you have to have in order to, if you're law enforcement, in order to proceed. Probable cause is less than a preponderance. Preponderance is more likely than not. So you don't have to be 51% sure for it to be probable cause. And a lot of lawyers don't explain it that way, but I can point them to Supreme Court cases that say it. The reason why lawyers will say it that way is because you won't typically find in a case that says what it is and how much. What they say is that what a reasonable person would take to believe that there's reason to believe that this individual committed the crime. It also can be a search. I'm doing an arrest, same thing. How certain do I have to be before I can search your car, search your house, listen to your phone, your phone. An easy rule of thumb that you cannot use in a court case, you cannot cite to anybody, can't use it legally at all because we don't use percentages in law, but an easy rule of thumb is probably about 30 to 35% certain that if it's an individual that this person committed the crime, or 30 to 35% certain that if you look in that car, you're going to find evidence. You would watch me? Is there more to that sentence? Oh, you would watch it if I did it. Well, I'm sure some people would, but there've got to be enough people, first of all, because it would take me quite a while to put that together in a way, because even law students have a whole lot of trouble following it. And by the time they get to probable cause in criminal procedure, they're in their second or third year of law school. So they have had a lot of experience with burdens of proof and quantums of certainty and all of that before they hit this subject. So it would take a lot of work to put it together. And I just don't think I would have to probably tie it to a case because the case would draw in viewers and then I could do probable cause. I did that with Wendy on use derivative use immunity. I didn't do a video on use derivative use immunity, but I did a video on, what would happen if there's a prosecution of Wendy. And in the context of doing that, I went through use derivative use immunity pretty thoroughly. And if you're interested in that subject, there's a video I did it. That video is out and you can look at it. So Christine said, use your course material and you roll with it. I'm telling you, most of the time, maybe virtually all the time, I think you are as good at watching a trial as I, but there are some subjects where I'm going to say with no humility at all that I know better. This is one of those. You just have to trust me.
He's tired, he ran away.
Okay, how much time did we waste this time? 17 minutes.
Okay, we addressed that issue outside the presence of the jury. We now have the jury back in the room. Ms. Mastalone, you can continue.
Sir, I just want to go over the timeline with you.
Okay.
Okay? So if we can start, maybe just like half of them, maybe. At 2:07 a.m., that's when
Let me stop you for 1 second. Can you just turn off the portrait one? Yep, that one right there. You got it. That turns off that light. Go ahead.
So at 2:07 a.m., that's when we see the vehicle leaving 27 Tilton, correct? On surveillance video.
Yes.
I could do a probable cause poem. I've got poems on legal issues.
And
Not very good
at
poetry.
approximately 2:27, we see the vehicle arrive in the area at 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Good on the
Yes.
law.
Okay. And we saw the videos today of at approximately 2:35 a.m. is when we see the light appear outside of the garage, and we see like the silhouette of a person.
Correct.
Finally, she's doing something I like.
And there's some back and forth, right? We see the figure go one way, and then the person goes the other way. We hear some noises, things of that nature, right?
Subject goes to the side of the electrical panel first, to the generator, back to the electrical panel,
In the direction of, right?
in the direction.
And we know that the video stops, I think it's 2:50, 59 milliseconds. So in other words, 2:51.
251.
Come on, cameraman, we want to see it. We don't want to see him. We know what he looks like. He's not even talking, and we're looking at him.
And that's when the video ends. And it's not just the video we saw, it's when all of the cameras stop working, right?
Yes.
Somebody wanted a pet peeve yesterday. Here's one. The cameramen on all these trials do not
And
know
between
what they should be
2:35
looking
and
at.
2:51, like we mentioned, we see the person's just going, he's just in the area outside of the garage, right?
Going back and forth from either side, yes.
And at 2:52 a.m., Verizon alerts of that there's a loss of power to the ONT, correct?
Now, the first alert at 2:52 for Verizon was loss of power.
Yeah,
to the ONT, yes.
352 was the ONT.
Now, that coincides with the 2:51, right? Essentially, power's lost.
Yes,
Like the video stops working, and now there's a loss of power to the house, right?
following the subject going back and forth outside, yes.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Christine, the
I'm just
cameraman
asking
doesn't hear me
what
enough.
happened at 2:52, okay?
Because my view is he should just
So-
stay on the screen. We don't need to see the witness.
We also know that between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m., that's when the text messages are sent from Keith's phone to Paul's phone, correct?
Correct.
also at 3:18 a.m. is when we know that Robert Block, who works at Square One, the business is alerted that the servers are down.
Correct.
We know that at approximately 3:30 a.m., whether it's, so we know that dispatch recorded the receiving the call at 3:33, correct?
Yes.
And we know that the dispatch reported that the gunshots were heard at 3:31, correct?
No. I would disagree with that. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:33.
Okay.
There's-
Okay. We know that it was approximately 3:30 a.m., right?
That the call was made. Yes. Well, that's the call, but the gunshots, I would put, if you're building the timeline, I would do 3:26 for the time of the gunshots, because that's what time Mr. Kapoor estimated. He heard the gunshots.
So, Mr. Kapora reported that he heard the gunshots 1 minute later, correct? That's actually what he reported. That he heard the gunshots and then called 1 minute later. That's what he said.
I believe in Detective Mahoney's report, he says that he heard them at 3:26.
Okay. He said he heard them at 3:26, right? And called 1 minute later at 3:27, correct?
No, I believe he told me when I talked to him that he laid down and kind of thought about it for a minute or two and then called.
Sorry, did you spoke to Dennis Kapora personally?
Yes,
Or are you relying on Detective Mahoney's notes?
No, both. I met with Mr. Kapoor during trial prep, which I did the report on.
Okay, that was recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that memories are better closer in time to the event than they are present day? And we're talking about a 7-year time period?
Yes, and I believe in Detective Mahoney's report that was taken that time, it was 3:26.
Yes. And he reports that he heard them at 3:26 and called a minute later at 3:27, correct? That's what he reported to
That's
Mahoney
not
7
what he
years ago.
said.
I don't know. I believe he said he heard them at 3:26, laid down for a couple of minutes.
There you
and then
go.
called. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:30.
Misstating that testimony. She got called on it once by the judge. Definitely got called on it once. I hope somebody remembers. Why isn't the prosecutor objecting? And this is one I think they should object to, because she's misstating the testimony, and they went through this once already. Now they're looking for the transcript where this happened, I'll bet. But she's doing the same thing she did in
You
the,
indicated that you're in part relying on what was memorialized by Detective Mahoney, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what is marked as S-260. I'm just gonna show you this. If you wanna
remember,
read
this was the witness
here
who said a minute could be
and there.
2, 3, it just
3:26 heard
One.
shots, called 911, 3:27, a minute later.
Okay, you read it out loud.
Yes.
But basically, he says he heard them at 3:26.
Does
He called
not.
a minute later at 3:27,
nope,
right?
Yes.
Okay. So he reported a minute later. But dispatch received the call at 3:31, like you just testified to, correct?
Correct.
So if he's mistaken and a minute later is 3:31 and 3:33, then that is a plausible timeline, right? And I'm not saying that is the timeline, but that would make sense, right?
Objection.
What's your objection?
As to what would make sense, and he just testified to what he knows.
He can only testify as to what he knows. I mean, I think it's clear to the jurors at this point in time that he's saying that he called at 3:26 and it was 1 minute later. Or that he heard the shots at 3:26 and the call was 1 minute later. Whether he's right or wrong, that's not
He
for
didn't say
this
1 minute
detective
later.
to say. That's for the jurors to decide.
He said a minute later.
You
Why
do
does-
have
why am I the only one who
familiarity with how
remembers
dispatch works,
this?
correct?
I do.
And when a call is received by dispatch, they report it immediately, right?
No, that's not true. This was a 911 call. The dispatch actually has to call. There's always a delay. The dispatch has to call, receive the call, answer the call, get the information, and then they entered it into Spillman, which is the computer-aided dispatch. So time of the call is 3:31. Time they generate the call in Spillman, which is the CAD system, is 3:33.
Right.
Because somebody has to call, answer, talk to them, get the information, then enter
So,
the screen.
okay, let me clarify. When I say immediately, I mean within a minute or two,
For
right?
sure, yes.
Okay. What I mean to say is dispatch isn't receiving the call at 3:20 and waiting 10 minutes to relay it, right? It's going to be that's their job, right? To relay the information as efficiently as possible because it could be an emergency and people are relying on them, right?
Of course.
Okay. So regardless of whether it was 3:26 or 3:27 or 3:31 or 3:33, can we agree it was approximately 3:30 a.m.? If it makes you feel better, I can write 3:27 possibly as well, okay? For the gunshots.
I would put 3:26, but okay.
No problem. Sometime between 3:26 and 3:31, there's gunshots.
Yes.
Okay? Now, at 3:42 is when the Verizon fiber optic line or the Verizon Fios optical network terminal goes out, correct?
3:43 is the last alert. 3:42, I believe, if you look at it closely, it's like 3:42 and 50-something seconds. It's hard to read, but yes.
So when you testified at the grand jury and you said that there was a loss of AC power to the optical network terminal at 3:42, that the Verizon advised that the Fios optical network terminal went out at about 3:42 a.m. When you testified to that, are you disagreeing with that or is that
It's at
correct?
about 3:43.
Okay. Now, when at 3:42, about 3:42 a.m.,
He just told you.
what that means is that the fiber optic line appeared to have been cut, correct?
The fiber optic line was cut, but I wouldn't be able to say that that's the exact time. I don't know if there's a delay in the notification to Verizon as far as, how their system works specifically. So I I wouldn't necessarily be able to sit here and say that that's the exact time that the line was cut.
But at about 3:42 a.m. is when the fiber optic line was cut, correct?
That's the time that Verizon made a note, or they got an alert that the fiber output went offline.
And that's also what you testified to under oath, correct?
Yes,
At the grand jury.
yes,
You testified, and at about 3:42 a.m. is when that fiber optic line appeared to have been cut. Is that correct? And you say correct. So you testified under oath that at about 3:42 a.m. is when it appeared that the line was cut. Do you disagree with your testimony?
no, about 3:42, but I don't know if it's the, exactly at 3:42 is the moment that it was cut, but about, yes.
You can see with times, they're always mushy. Because people don't look at a clock or their watch when things are going on. And even if they do, you can't guarantee that your watch or clock is accurate.
And you said it was like 3:52 and closer to 3:53 or something. Did you testify to that?
No.
So at 3:48, is when the vehicle leaves the area of Willowbrook, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You keep saying approximately. She's not going to put about in there. Nope, I knew it.
When you reviewed the Wise video footage, did you tell us earlier what time frame you reviewed?
I don't believe I did.
Do you recall?
Oh, for that specific clip I did, but you're talking in general?
In general, what did you review starting at like 2 a.m., that relevant time frame?
I did.
Do you recall hearing at 2:15 a.m. that there was a car alarm going off?
On the garage cam?
Yes.
I do not recall hearing that.
Usually when a lawyer takes time to look for something, the lawyer will say, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?" But if she did that, just saying that would extend the day a lot.
It's actually from the sun porch view. Did you review video from the sun porch view?
I did, but I don't recall specifically the times that I did.
The police officer on the side, he's the only one I've seen, he doesn't seem to ever leave, seems to have had it today.
Can I just have this table?
So it was the FBI supervisor, Maureen, who called in. This is the rebuttal witness. We're talking about the Brandon, the Brendan, the au pair case. Brand.
Is the volume all the way up? Just make sure my sound's working.
I hope they interview this jury or some jurors after the trial.
It's difficult to hear, but let's see if we can hear it.
I'll talk about
I'll
what
play
they.
it first and then if we can hear it, I'll hit the timestamp. So I started the video at approximately 2:16 a.m. Did you hear the beeping in the background?
Could you play it one more time?
Sure. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to...
Sounded to me like an oncoming train.
Okay, so I'm going to start this video, and this one starts at 2:15, okay? And I'm just going to play this.
And it's on November 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
I was asking a witness.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just making sure.
It also sounds like an
We
oxygen
don't hear it
machine.
in this video. You don't hear anything, do you?
I did not hear.
Okay, so now I'm going to compare that to the next video, all right?
Okay.
So that's at 2:15.
Always dangerous to do a demonstration like she's doing that with a witness. Things go wrong.
Actually, so I'm at 2:15:52, okay? So I'm going to press play. Did you hear how it started to beep?
I did not.
Do it one more time.
She's going to do it again. She's doing this with what he hears, just the way she does it with what people say.
And then I'll play the next clip, which you can hear it. tell us if you can hear a beeping in this video. And then I think it appears to stop. Did you hear that?
I heard it. I mean, I vaguely heard a noise, but I wouldn't say that was a car alarm.
Okay. Do you agree that it was the original clip at 2:15 was fairly silent, and then we heard some sort of beeping at approximately 2:16?
I heard a noise. I wouldn't even classify it as a beeping. I barely heard a noise.
Okay. Did you hear something?
I heard a noise, but.
Okay. You heard a noise, but you didn't hear a noise prior to that, right?
I heard a noise at that time.
Okay. And is this anything that you at the time that you were watching these videos and investigating, was it something that caught your attention or that you did anything to investigate further?
I could barely hear it now, so I wouldn't even have heard it before.
All right. So now. So if I could have the All right. So at 2:07, between 2:07 and 2:27 is the vehicles leaving 27 Tilton, and then there's a vehicle that arrives at Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
And we know that this is approximately 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
And then at from 2:35 to 2:51 is when there's someone outside of the garage area going back and forth from the direction of the electrical meter and the generator, and they're going back and forth, right?
Correct.
And that would be, what, 14 minutes?
16.
16 minutes? You agree? And then from 2:52 until the last text message, let's do it this way. From 2:52 until approximately 3:30, or we'll say 3:26. How long is that?
So you're asking me I'm sorry, one more time, from when to when?
From 2:52 until approximately 3:30 a.m., or if you prefer, 3:26.
38 minutes or 34 minutes?
And from approximately 3:26 or 3:30 until 3:42 is how long?
12 minutes.
3:30, 3:42?
Sure.
12 minutes.
And then lastly, from 3:42, which is about when the Verizon Fios line is cut, until 3:48 is how long?
6 minutes.
Okay, so we agree on this timeline, correct?
I agree on this timeline, but there's things before and after that I would put on the timeline. If you're building a timeline of the events of that night, the car returning at 4:07.
Okay, we can add that. And that's, what?
I would add additional stuff to it as well. If you're building the timeline, I would start at 1:28 a.m. in 27 Tilton.
Okay. That's fine, but for this timeline, because I'm focusing on when the vehicle leaves, right? The timeline that I'm focusing on is clearly when the vehicle leaves 27 Tilton until, we'll say it arrives back at 27 Tilton. And so 3:48 to 4:07 is 19 minutes? Right?
Correct.
Okay, so
That still
20
means
minutes there, 19 minutes back, right?
66
Correct.
minutes of Keith's. Take the 20 minutes off the start and of 86, you're left with more than an hour of Keith's house. How does this help her?
Exhibit,
No, it wasn't marked.
we can run them.
Marked.
I didn't know if the defense was gonna, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, are you marking that or not?
Sure, well, I mean, oh, you want to use it?
We're marking it. Can we mark it as a photo and screen grab it on the envelope?
Oh, it's the back of,
I don't want to mark.
yeah, that's a good idea. Perhaps we just,
You want to take a
Capture it.
screenshot of that? Sure. We'll print it out and then, so we'll print it out, Ms. Wallace, and then you can have a copy of it right now.
Thank you.
Very high tech here.
Did you want me to mark it
Yes, please.
as?
Mr. Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is going to be D1-423.
So the way their timeline goes, from 2:27 to 2:35 is 8 minutes for the car to be parked somewhere and to go up to the
And
house.
I know in our next break, we'll make a copy of it, so both sides have it, but Ms. Wallace, you'll have it for now, at least, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Start playing with the garage light. And then he's got another 50 or so minutes to shoot everybody, knife everybody. I don't know how this helps her. Particularly now that we're going to amend the timeline. Yeah, you shouldn't be
Detective,
so.
we just looked at D1-423, right?
Yes.
And this is quote unquote timeline, I guess, that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Would you say that the timeline actually starts at about 3:50 p.m. on November 19th of 2018?
Correct.
What happens at 3:50 p.m.?
That's the first phone call regarding the trust between Keith and Paul Caneiro.
What's the next thing that happens that afternoon?
I would go to about 6:05 p.m.
What happens then?
That's a second phone call between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
They were ready for this.
You did you have the opportunity to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction,
I did.
specifically at device events?
Yes.
Did something significant happen at 1:27 a.m. in terms of his phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
The screen power's off and it was plugged in.
I'm not going to ask you to be specific, but at 1:29 a.m. at the defendant's house, does an event happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was that event captured over the defendant's video surveillance system?
Correct.
Okay. And was that at what time?
1:28 approximately.
Specifically at that time, do certain cameras stop working?
Yes.
Okay. At 1:31 a.m., what happens at the defendant's house?
131, his two Nest cameras, one in the basement, a storage area, and then one at his workbench, which was the gun workbench, went offline
Is there any photos, or how does that notification come in?
via email.
Was there any
Paul
photos
Caneiro.
in relation to that?
Sorry,
Did any photos come in? You don't have to tell me what it is, but was that an email notification with a photo?
there was.
Okay. Now, this time frame, you estimated between 3:30 and 3:48 to be about 12 minutes.
3:30.
3:30 and 3:42? Yes,
42, I'm sorry, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, if we start with 3:26 a.m., 3:26 a.m. to 3:42 a.m., is that 16 minutes?
Yes.
Does something significant happen at 4:54 a.m. in regard to the defendant's cell phone and his device events?
It unplugs and powers, the screen powers on.
You know, if you're going to unplug your phone to go do a murder,
How
don't
about at
plug it back in.
4:57:09 a.m.? Does anything significant happen with regards to the defendant's house?
The house, you see from the 19 Oxford, you see the flash of fire from the back of the house.
Was there an alert at 4:59 a.m. to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes,
And what was that alert indicating?
that was the fire, reporting the fire. At 27:20.
At 5 a.m., what if anything is seen at the defendant's house with regard specifically to a motor vehicle?
That's when the Porsche Cayenne backs out of the driveway.
See, now wouldn't you prefer to see that
I
timeline?
think this needs to be remarked.
Now she took it down.
So we'll remark that, so the defense has their exhibit and the state can add to it. What's your last exhibit for the state? $474. Can you put that back on the screen, please, so we can capture it? Just need to take a
Let us see it.
take a photo of that, please.
Oh, God, he's so,
Mr. Salone, I don't know if you heard it. So this, as an S exhibit, is 474, correct? 474. And you can have a copy of that if you need it.
Yes, please.
We'll make sure you get it. Ms. Wallace, go ahead. You can continue.
Next camera from the side door, that photo. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1422. This was previously shown to you.
Yes.
What is that?
This is an alert notification from West to Keith Caneiro's Gmail account. It was received at 3:02 a.m. on 11/20, and it says the side door camera went offline or disconnected at 2:52 a.m.
Okay, and just so the jury can see, I'll put it up just in terms of what photo it is. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked. Judge, can we approach?
Can you turn the lights back on for me, please?
it's, now what is she complaining about? It's her exhibit. It's a defense exhibit. I have no idea what she's complaining about.
Ms. Wallace, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S274. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's an email notification from Ness to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his cameras went offline at 1:31 at the area of his gun workbench.
Okay, and how about S273? Do you recognize that?
It's also an email alert from Ness to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his camera went offline at 1:31, and it has a screen picture of the last thing it saw, which was the area where the determined to be the origin of fire.
Okay, and how did these documents fare in relation to what's up on the screen?
The same type of notification.
Okay, and they're received specifically through how?
Email?
Okay, and so you'd indicated that you'd done a CDW for the Nest cameras at 15 Willowbrook Road, right?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear, this was not something that was obtained from the CDW, right, or from the response?
No, this was I would imagine some sort of auto-generated notification.
And what this is indicating is just that these cameras went offline or became disconnected at 2:52 a.m. Is that right?
They disconnected at 2:52, went offline. Yes.
Is there
No.
There's nothing further.
Neighboring Cross?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Do we have the printout of the states?
Let's get this one.
It's a little small now, but with respect to the 5 a.m., it's the Porsche Macan that pulls out of Mr. Caneiro's driveway, correct? Out of the garage and out of the driveway?
Yes.
And what we're referencing there is, just to orient ourselves, we're talking about the morning of November 20th, the fire timeline at Mr. Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And when I say Mr. Caneiro, I mean Paul Caneiro.
Residents, yes.
So when the Porsche Cayenne pulls out of the driveway, it's actually, the exact time is 4:59:55. Is when it's backing out.
Okay.
You agree with that?
I don't have anything in front of me to say otherwise, so
And this 5 seconds makes a difference, does it? She was off by 55 seconds on the other one.
So it's 4:59:55 is
She's got to be kidding. She really wants to amend it for 5 seconds?
garage. meaning
This-
driving onto the street,
This
right?
is not persuasive.
And that's what
At best, she wants to show she's precise
you know
and the
that Mr.
state
Caneiro and his
isn't.
family go into that car, right?
Yes.
And at
Now, after the car backs out,
I think all her timeline did, frankly, was to make very, very clear how much time there actually was.
457 is the flash of the main fire, right? Flash of light that we assume is the main fire.
Towards the back corner of the house, if I remember correctly, yes. That's the first time you see the flash.
Okay. So from 457 to 459, we're talking approximately 2 to 3 minutes, right?
We're talking
Close, if you use your
3 minutes,
55,
not 2
I
or
would say
3.
closer to 3 minutes. but yes.
Exactly.
That's why I put 2 to 3.
No, 2 doesn't do it at all.
And at
Now I'm so annoyed. Ugh.
5:01, I don't have the milliseconds, but at 5:01 is when we see the second flash of light indicating the small garage fire, correct?
Without reviewing the video for that portion, I wouldn't be able to sit here and say definitively. I would have to review that.
Now we're going to spend some time while she tries to find the document.
The judge will stipulate that it's after 11.
They're going to stipulate. Thank God.
Okay,
So
so
we
it's,
stipulate to 501.
It's shortly after 5:01. We'll stipulate to the testimony.
okay, so it's stipulated that at 5:01, approximately a minute and I think it's like 5:01:30-ish, so approximately a minute, maybe a little more than a minute later, after the Porsche is backing out and on the street, that we then see the second flash.
Your
of light.
math is odd.
Yes.
30 seconds is midway between one number and the
The
other.
prosecutor
Not a
asked
little.
you a bunch of questions about,
Ms. Massalone, I don't mean to stop you. Can you put that back so we can capture it?
oh, sorry, yes.
And we're gonna take your D exhibit now, and we're just gonna add a 0.1 to it. So it's gonna be D1 423.1. I apologize. You can go ahead.
So the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, with respect to this timeline, and you knew the answer, right?
It did.
You knew exactly what time Paul Caneiro's phone was plugged in, right?
Yes.
And what time it was unplugged, right?
Yes.
You knew exactly what time there was cameras online and offline, correct?
Yes.
This was his
And
side of
you
the
knew exactly what time
investigation.
there was a flash of light and things of that nature.
Yes.
But you don't know what is in the rest of Elisa Caneiro's phone, and you don't know anything about Corey Caneiro.
It's argumentative.
You don't have any information about Corey Caneiro.
Well, I do have information.
I'll be more
Answer your
clear.
question.
You
I'll
did ask him
withdraw
the
the
question. Well, he's in the middle answering it now. So go ahead.
When you say I don't have any information, I have information on him. I've talked to him, I've interviewed him, so I do have information on him. Yes.
Okay. But you don't have surveillance video from his home or information from his cell phone or information down to the millisecond or the second about what transpired with him, correct?
Corey Caneiro was never a suspect in this investigation.
Thanks.
We followed the evidence. The evidence always led us to Paul Caneiro.
She deserved
So-
that.
Right.
When I interviewed Corey, we interviewed him, we got the background information, and then we followed the evidence. And that's what we did.
You interviewed Corey Caneiro and you got background information, correct?
She's going to keep
Yes.
going.
You did not conduct any further investigation after that into Corey Caneiro,
Dig
correct?
the hole deeper.
You testified earlier, you didn't follow what happened to, he was a 50% beneficiary, you didn't follow the money, correct?
We followed, this investigation followed the evidence. And the evidence led us to Paul Caneiro.
The evidence that you reviewed, correct?
We followed the evidence that we had, yes.
Right. Well, you had a Lisa Caneiro cell phone, correct?
Yes.
But you only looked at 2 days, right?
I looked at what I felt was relevant to this investigation.
Right, what you felt was relevant. You cannot tell us what exists when you haven't looked at it, right?
No, I can't tell you what I don't know, no.
You cannot tell us what you don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm gonna let her finish her question before I rule on your objection. Go ahead.
You cannot tell us what you don't investigate, right?
He's answered that. So I will sustain the objection to that question.
I think the prosecutor's side is getting a little more annoyed too. They're actually objecting on occasion.
You don't know what you don't know.
He said
I
that.
think that's very reasonable.
And you chose what you wanted to know in this case.
Followed the evidence in the investigation.
He could have answered that better.
Step down.
Thank you.
Could have answered that better. I hope the prosecutor does a better job
Just
of
getting a little
closing.
anxiety. I'll tell you why. I'm gonna lose control of you guys now for the weekend. You guys gonna take care of me? Make sure you're not gonna discuss this case at all. You're not gonna do any research. We're moving along at a good pace. I want you to
No,
know
we're
that.
not.
Let me just leave it at that, but I'm telling you that we're moving at a good pace. So that should give you some good ideas. With that being said, we're off tomorrow. Obviously, the weekend is off. You can come here if you want to sit in the parking lot, but we're not here. And then you'll be back here on Monday morning at 8 a.m. Then we're going to start back up. For sure, be prepared for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'll let you know how later in the week goes. But for sure, you know that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're definitely going, okay? Have a great weekend. Be safe. I hope we don't get this other snowstorm. And I'll talk to everyone soon. Thank
That's
you.
kind of a hint that the trial's going to end next week. It depends on what the defense actually does, but he's telling them that after Wednesday, maybe no more, or maybe not much more. Wouldn't that be a joy? Well, she again didn't help herself today because she insists on push, push, push. So she got the officer on the stand to say the evidence pointed to Paul. That doesn't help her. Well, any questions? That's right. Jeremiah said she didn't stop until she got a bad answer. That's exactly right. She pushes, 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 gets a bad answer, and then actually she wanted to continue to push. I hope she watches this tape and self-critiques. But in any event, maybe the rest of you thought her timeline was helpful to her. I really didn't. It only showed how much time there actually was. Oh, I wanted to answer this question. Chelry, is it a New Jersey thing to allow the defense to redirect after a state's witness? What happened was the state went on direct, then she went on cross, then the state did a redirect, and that allows her to have a recross. That's what you saw. That's the rule everywhere. There's nothing unusual about it. You just don't usually see a recross. Many times you don't even see a redirect. So there's nothing unusual.
Supply me with your submissions on this. Please make sure that you address to the best that you can some of these issues so that we can talk about them in the near future. Because if both sides agree, then obviously that'll put us in a different spot. The other thing that I just realized, and the jurors just left, and I apologize, Ms. Massalone, because I just thought of it right now, was the issue of you guys were stipulating to something, and we didn't put it on the record. So I can do that first thing Monday morning if you guys want to figure that out. Was it already done? Are you guys?
Yeah, I submitted something. Andy asked me about putting something else in. I haven't seen it back. I wasn't opposed to what he wanted to put in, so I think we're almost done.
Okay, all right.
It's like 2 sentences.
All right. So I'll do that on Monday morning, or if you wanted me to do it at a different time, that's fine. What you guys want me to do.
Thank you.
Other than that, I also just want to remind everybody when we look at the charge really only has one lesser included, and I know we talked about that in the past. I just want to confirm with the defense submissions of that's the position of how they wanted to proceed, and if that's the case, that's fine with me. What I will ask at the charge conference, not now, Mr. Caneiro, that whatever is agreed upon with this charge, so you'll get a copy of it also to look at when it relates to the substantive charges that you're charged with in the indictment. If there's not going to be any lesser included, I'm just going to confirm that with you, that's the way that you want it. You've discussed that with your attorneys. But again, you don't say anything to me now, but just know that that's coming so you can start thinking about that yourself, okay? All right. Other than that, I think we know where we're going at the beginning of next week. Ms. Massalone, you'll let us know on that other issue for scheduling. I'll leave that to you to let me know.
The other issue that he's
tomorrow.
not going to tell us
And
about?
Otherwise, you guys need us tomorrow, just let us know. And we can get on a call or whatever you need. Otherwise, please be back here on Monday morning, 8 o'clock, ready to go with witnesses starting at 8:30.
Why don't they start working on
Everybody has a good weekend.
Why don't they start working on the charge and the jury instructions and everything tomorrow? It's a free day. Instead of taking more time. I really feel I need to be a scheduler for that court. Has he ever given an alibi statement? This is Popiev, not that I know of. One lesser included is what degree of murder? Well, but he's being charged with murder 1, isn't he? So it would be murder 2, if that's what they're talking about. I have never seen the indictment, and I would really like to see the indictment. Does anybody have a copy of it? Otherwise, we're going to have to search for it to see what exactly is going on. I assume you all, I'm going to have to buzz off because I've got a meeting at 5. But I assume you all know what they mean by a lesser included. But if there's anybody there who doesn't, I'm going to do it really quickly. The highest level crime has elements A, B, C. Oh, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? I'm getting a message that I'm muted, but my information says I'm not muted. So I don't know. I'm going to assume I'm not muted and that message was a mistake. Anyway, let's say the highest level crime has elements A, B, C, D. Then there's a crime below, which is A, B, C, and one below it that's A, B. They're related greater to lesser because there's no conceivable way that you could commit a crime that has elements A, B, C, D without also necessarily have committed the crime that has elements A, B, C and the crime that has elements A, B. It's impossible. Now, if it's a killing, if it's a murder, you can't be convicted of 3 of them because there's only one victim. But the greater the lesser means if they're charged, if the jury has them, if the jury decides there's an element missing in murder 1, let's say it's premeditation. I haven't looked at the New Jersey statutes in a while. Then it can move to the next level because the other elements are still there, and it might decide that next level missing the D, that it is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So you don't have to recharge, you don't have to do anything, because when you charge the highest, it necessarily includes everything else. States differ on whether you have to specifically charge it. They differ on whether the defense can keep out a lesser included, or whether you have to have the permission of the state, or whether you need both and the judge can still say, I'm not going to let you leave it out. But that's sort of a nutshell on a greater to lesser. That one can do pretty quickly, probable cause you can't. So I'm going to say ciao a tutti. I'm going to be on at 7 with gossip, rumor, and innuendo. And I will say, if you have a chance, she is really not to be missed. So, and if you haven't hit like, please do. I think after we go off, you can hit hype or whatever it is. That would be really nice if you would do it. If you're not a subscriber, that would be really nice also. So, ciao. This is Prof. Joe at Prof. Joe Explains. And let me see if I can get out of here now. I think I did, actually. Maybe I didn't. There you go.